But it's what I said before, that that she denied having them, and she wasn't having them. We were meeting, but she felt close to it, close to having those thoughts.
Okay. So would you agree with me that many times patients, especially psychiatric patients, may minimize their symptomology?
Patients sometimes do.
And sometimes when a woman has just had a child and has other little kids at home, they're worried about the government taking kids away from them, because you're a mandated reporter, right? You're a mandated reporter, right?
I am.
And if she told you, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I'm close to it, homicidal thoughts, you'd report that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. I think it really depends on the context, but having suicidal thoughts alone is not a reportable condition.
All right. So basically, we know that she was close to having suicidal thoughts to kill herself, whatever that means. We don't know how frequently she was having them. Yeah?
Today, I don't know how frequently, but at that point, I believe I did know how frequently they were.
Oh, okay. So as a result of that, you then gave her therapy, I imagine, right? Through the television.
Yes,
And what therapy did you give her in November of 22?
I gave her supportive psychotherapy.
And what does that mean? It sounds great. What do you do?
It's listening to the patient and providing.
Sorry, listening to the patient, like when they say they're having.
Oh, hold on. Sustain. Next question.
So-
You can finish the answer.
Next question.
Thank you, Judge. Listening to the patient. That would be when, for example, one of your patients tells you, after all the treatment that you had provided prior to that, all the symptomology that she had, insomnia, anxiety, all of that she's close to having suicidal thoughts. That would, I imagine, impacted me.
Yes.
So what did you do with this psychotherapy?
So I provided emotional support and validation
What
and
does that mean? Validation?
encouragement.
What does that mean?
Something like, I understand this is a very difficult time. It really, it varies on the individual.
Sure, how about Lindsay?
I don't remember the exact therapeutic words that I used.
Okay. How long did you give the therapy? Validation and all that stuff?
I don't remember exactly the duration.
About 10 minutes?
Maybe
Through the television, right?
through the computer.
So, as we pointed out, you tell the people that come to see you, when I say you, I mean collectively Astor Medical, that you would expect that if a person is in crisis, as you guys say, or is suicidal, that they would have to go to a computer or their cell phone, right? They would have to punch in your office, right? Look up the number.
We advise them to call 911 or go to the emergency room as quickly as possible.
How about suicide hotlines? Do you give them advice to call them?
That's an option as well, yes.
Sure. Did she call suicide hotlines?
I was not aware that she did.
Did you ever ask her?
I don't think I specifically asked that
How about
question.
non-specifically? Did you ask her anything? Did you beat around the bush maybe? You ask her anything about suicide hotlines?
I don't think I asked her about suicide hotlines.
Would it surprise you to know that she called suicide hotline in that time frame, not once, but twice, and was turned away? You guys were in the front line of this, aren't you?
No, overall.
It does surprise me, yes.
It does what?
It surprises me that she called them twice.
And you never asked her if she had ever called a suicide hotline, did you?
I don't think that I did.
Yeah, I understand. You're a doctor, you were trying to do the right thing. You obviously, this is just horrible, isn't it?
Yes.
She continued on with her treatment with you, correct?
Yes.
What was the next medication that you put her on? Let's say we're up to, I guess it would be the October 26th date. Is that right? Is that when you prescribed Ativan?
I prescribed that on the 21st.
Sorry?
I prescribed the Ativan on the 21st.
All right. Did you prescribe anything on the October 26th appointment?
Yes.
And what was that?
Buspirone.
Buspirone. And would you agree with me that, is that also Vanspar?
Buspar or Buspirone are the common names for it.
Okay. You ever heard of Vanspar? V-A-N, V as in Victor, A-N-S-P-A-R? You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there are a number of side effects of Buspirone?
Every medication has side effects, but
Okay, so my question is pretty simple. Buspirone, you mentioned it. I'm asking, any side effects?
yes,
What are the side effects?
they could be tiredness or dizziness or rarely some upset stomach, but it's generally a very, very well tolerated mild medicine.
And do you recall, was she taking any other medication at that point, if you know?
Yeah, she was taking some of the Ativan.
Some Ativan, right? Did you prescribe that to her?
Yes,
When did you prescribe the Ativan to her?
the 21st.
And she was compliant with your recommendations, right?
Yes.
Was she also reporting to you that she was taking Benadryl, it's like over-the-counter stuff?
It was being used as needed. Yes.
So that's PRN on the records, PRN or whatever, you take it as required, right?
Yes.
And she reported to you that she was taking Benadryl, right?
She reported that. Yes.
And you didn't document how much she was taking, right?
It's only available as one dose over the counter.
Okay. Did she re-up the dose over the counter? Do you know?
She didn't tell me that she did.
Did you ask her?
I don't remember asking her about if she increased it. I think she was just taking one of them.
You think? Did you know that Ativan and Benadryl are contraindicated, that they can have a serious impact to the central nervous system and depressant effects?
Yes, but can I explain that when they say depressant?
Excuse me. The answer is yes, right? Is the answer yes?
Yeah, if the answer is yes, if that's the question, the Commonwealth may be able to ask you further questions if you'd
Okay.
like.
Well, I can't say yes to that entire statement.
All right. Next
Did
question.
you discuss anything about Benadryl combined with Ativan on October 26th?
I don't recall.
On October 26th, was she still worried about suicidal thoughts?
She denied that.
And on October 26th, how did she deny that? Do you have that noted in your record?
I do.
And what does it say?
Patient denies suicidal ideation.
Okay. So there's a huge difference between suicidal ideation and somebody having thoughts of suicide or being close to it, right?
Not exactly.
Well, you knew that the last time you spoke to the woman, she told you that she was close to having thoughts of killing herself, right?
Yes.
And you're her doctor, right?
Yes.
So what do? You just say, do you have, and check the box and say, do you have any suicidal ideation? And she says no, and you check the box?
No, it's not that simple.
Do you ask her, like, well, gee, the last time I spoke to you, you told me that you were close to having suicidal thoughts of killing yourself. Did you pursue that on the 26th of October?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That she wasn't.
Now, how long was that appointment, if you recall? Would you agree it was 17 minutes and then there was some therapy?
The entire appointment was something between 25 and 30 minutes.
And that was again through the television, right?
The computer, yes.
Computer. Did you also add a drug called hydroxyzine?
Yes.
When was that?
So that was the same visit as an alternative to the Benadryl.
Okay, so on October 26th, when she told you that she was taking over-the-counter Benadryl, I asked you what you prescribed to her, and you said Ativan, right? Right?
Yes.
And then I asked you about the contraindication of Ativan and Benadryl, right?
You asked me about that, yes.
And then you, on October 26th, started her on Buspar, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of Buspar? Is that for anxiety?
Yes.
And what kind of drug is Buspar?
It doesn't really fall into a class, but it does act on serotonin.
So it's another similar to an SSRI, right?
It's kind of like a more mild version of an SSRI.
Okay. So she's on Benadryl over the counter, Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, Buspar, which is an SSRI, and then you prescribe hydroxyzine on the same day, right?
They weren't all to be taken at the same time.
What's hydroxyzine?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine.
Okay. Is that over the counter, or is that, can you just buy that over the counter, or do you have to go to the back where the pharmacist is?
You have to go to the pharmacist.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, she was taking the medications as she was required, right?
That's what I was told.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Did you, by her?
Yes.
And did you at any time tell her that she should keep a diary of her medications and keep a diary of any side effects that she has?
I didn't instruct her to do that.
You don't have to instruct somebody to do anything, but did you recommend it? Like say, hey, if you're on all these meds, if you're having an effect, you should write it down. When, time, date, anything like that?
I didn't tell her to do that.
Would that be helpful?
Maybe, but usually we go through all of that in the appointments, and we met very frequently.
Now, you'd agree with me that at this point, prior to the next appointment, which was November 2nd, she had gotten significantly worse, even after all this medication that you had been prescribing, right? Did you make a note that she was telling you that she had depression and that she was crying, had more anxiety, insomnia had increased, brain fog, and worrying about suicide?
In the couple weeks after starting those medicines, I don't recall that the symptoms were significantly exacerbated.
Okay. Friday afternoon, you answered the DA and you said that you recall that she used the word brain fog, right?
She used that at some point. I don't recall when.
Okay, what is brain fog?
It's a very subjective feeling that someone might have where maybe it's, hard to think of a word that you're trying to think of, or maybe it feels like maybe you're thinking of things a little bit more slowly than you normally would.
And how often was she dwelling on suicide?
At what point?
At the point she told you that she had anxiety, insomnia, brain fog, crying inconsolably.
Objection, if we can have a date.
I think he's going to get to that. Go ahead.
October 26th, heading into November 2nd. Do you recall, I'll rephrase it, do you recall going into the November month, meeting with her, and she told you that she had brain fog?
It was mentioned at some point. I
Okay.
don't see that on the 26th specifically.
All right, so let's talk about brain fog. Did you ask her what that meant? Because when you say subjective, that means that's her interpretation. That's in her head. She's telling you, right?
Yes.
As opposed to objective, which would be what people in general would think, right?
Yes.
So when she's telling you, in addition to the anxiety, in addition to the crying, in addition to the stress that she was undergoing, she was worrying about suicide, she talked about brain fog. So you must have asked her, what does that mean? Subjectively, what does that mean?
Subjectively means in the patient's, own opinion, that's what their experience is.
Okay, so she's the one that's inside her head, right?
Yes.
So what were the symptoms? What is it? When a patient tells you that they have brain fog, is that something you would consider as being a potential side effect of the medications that you would put her on?
It depends.
On what?
I mean, sometimes it could be, and sometimes it could be unrelated. It's a symptom of depression as well. So sometimes it's hard to tell what it's attributed to.
So at this point, heading into November, your answer was to prescribe more medication, 3 more drugs, right? You prescribed Ativan, or increased the Ativan. What was her load for Ativan at this point? Do you remember?
Sorry?
What was her milligrams, if that's right, or nanograms, whatever it is, on the Ativan, on the script that you had provided her?
Objection, if we could just have a date.
I think she said, no, if you can answer that, go ahead.
Which date are we referring to for the Ativan? Because there were. I'm sorry.
She already objected. He already said you can answer it. When did you increase her Ativan and to what level?
So she was prescribed Ativan 0.5 milligrams.
Right.
And then when I next saw her, she said it was a little bit helpful. So I said you could increase it and see if 1 milligram is more helpful.
Did she increase it?
Yes.
And when was the next time you saw her to talk to her on the television or on the computer?
Well, I saw her on the 26th, and then I saw her on the 31st. I'm sorry.
How was she on the 31st? Halloween.
Sorry.
How was she?
That's not my note. That's her therapy note.
Okay. So how about this November 2nd? Was that the next time you saw her?
I saw her on November 2nd.
And she told you that she was hesitant to use the medications, the Buspar and the hydroxyzine, right?
She said she was hesitant to try the Buspar.
She was scared of the drug. She was scared of the drugs, right?
She was afraid to take a medication.
She wasn't doctor shopping and asking you to give her drugs so she could get high. She was asking you for help. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And she was afraid to take the drugs and told you that she was afraid to take the drugs, right?
She told me she was afraid to take the Buspar.
Did you advise her or counsel her or give her therapy about that? Validations?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
Well, I advised her of, the risks.
What were the risks?
Well, the risks of the medicine, like we had said, sedation or dizziness.
Okay. How about interfering with sleep?
Buspirone doesn't usually interfere with sleep.
Not usually. Did you ask her about any thoughts of suicide or being close to having thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she had any thoughts of suicide at all?
Not at that date.
Did she use those words, or is that a box that you checked off?
I don't remember her exact words, but we talked about suicide or, thoughts of hurting yourself.
Right. And there's a distinction between, in your records and the notation, between suicidal ideation and I quote, worrying about, thinking about suicide. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what did she mean when she told you, as her doctor, that she was worrying about, thinking about suicide?
You mean in the prior appointment?
I'm talking about a woman that's sitting in front of you on your television or your computer telling you that she was worried about thinking about suicide.
Well, on the second, she didn't say that.
Okay. When was the next time that she told you that she was worried about or thinking about or suicidal ideation?
That was the December 1st visit.
Okay. So go back to the November 2nd visit. Would you agree with me that she, after you talked with her for that period, however long it was, that you then brought up 4 medications to her, recommending that they might be safer, and I quote, safer alternatives? Would you agree with that?
I see the word alternatives, not
Okay.
safer alternatives.
Do you remember talking to her about Remeron?
Yes.
Did you recommend that she take Remeron?
No.
Did you ever prescribe Remeron?
No.
And is that mirtazapine, as far as its generic name?
Yes.
And Remeron is an antidepressant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you did not feel that that would be an appropriate medication for her to take at that time?
It was a very reasonable option, but we didn't decide to start it.
So is this a collaboration? In other words, you and the patient, you would both make a decision as to when to start a drug? Or is it your decision and advice to the patient?
Well, it's ultimately my decision, but the patient's thoughts about the matter are very important. At the end of the day, the patient has to go home and take it themselves. I'm not there to ensure that is happening or not.
So you had a November 22nd appointment, right?
Yes.
And it was at that time that she told you that she had been to see South Shore Perinatal Clinic, right?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was seeing someone from the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I think she told me that it was because they were exclusively focused on treating perinatal conditions.
Yeah, but so were you, right?
Not exclusively. I'm a general psychiatrist.
I see. And did she mention the name of any doctor or nurse practitioner that she was seeing at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
Who'd she mention?
I think she said something about Julie.
Paul?
Yes.
Okay. And a woman by the name of Nurse Gelada?
I heard her name a little bit later, but
Okay.
yes.
Did she advise that, in fact, by script, she was using Ativan and Benadryl, and you told her to taper off the Ativan at that appointment, right? Had she tapered off the Ativan?
I think I had told her I gave her a prescribed taper prior to that appointment.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You gave her a prescribed taper?
So I told her that she should reduce her dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until the medication was stopped.
Did she do that?
I don't believe that she completely stopped it, no.
No? You don't believe, or she didn't?
Well,
Trying to give the jury facts.
Yeah, she said she was taking Ativan, so no, she didn't completely stop it.
Had she tapered?
I'm not sure how much she had reduced the dose because I wasn't prescribing it again.
Right. So did you know that she had been, or had she been, to any emergency wards between that period of time that you last saw her and when you were seeing her on this meeting?
I know she went to the ER, but I think it was after that.
Okay, which ER did she go to? Do you know?
I think she went to Mass General
Do you know why she went to the ER?
because of depression.
So was she treated at the ER? Did they make any, to your knowledge, as her doctor, make any recommendations?
I'm not sure what they told her, but they ultimately
Go ahead.
discharged her. They didn't admit her.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry. Was she put on any medication?
Not from the ER.
When you looked at the records from South Shore Perinatal Clinic, what did they indicate about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, close to suicide, anything?
I didn't have access to those records.
You're going to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. You what?
I did not have access to those records
None.
because we're a completely separate clinic.
Seriously?
Objection.
She's visiting with you as a patient and you can't access her medical records? Is what you're telling this jury?
I did not have access to them, no.
Could she have signed a release, a HIPAA form?
Yes, she could have.
And you could have got the records,
Yes.
but you didn't.
I did not feel like it was necessary because she provided all the relevant information about her treatment there.
How do you know? She's got mental disease and she's seeing you and she's on all this cocktail of drugs. How do you know that she is an accurate historian at this point in her life?
It felt very accurate when she was able to recall the names of the medicines, doses of the medicines, specific days. She provided a lot of incredibly detailed information. So it showed me she was capable of doing that.
So when you talked to her husband, Pat, how many times did you talk to her husband, Pat?
I think
The guy was living with her.
I think it was once.
And he came to your office, right? No, he didn't. He got on the television or on the computer screen, right?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was the December 16th visit.
So let's,
Reddington, before we get to that,
Okay.
probably a good spot to stop. We're going to take the morning recess, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all right. Sure, please close the notebooks, facing on your chest. Wait, please.
Morning, everyone.
exit out sections.
is Friday, August 7th, which means that I'm here with our legal analyst, Jennifer Roman, and we're going to break down this week of testimony. And
Hey guys, sorry, I'm a little rusty. I haven't been live streaming in a while and I knocked myself right out of here. So they are on a break. And so I thought what we would do while they're on a break, we would watch week 1 recap. Everything that we view today, I will put the links down in the show notes if you want to watch it in its entirety. If you could be sure to give this live a thumbs up, helps me dance out into the algorithm party out there, bring more people back. It's just a free way to help my community out, and it's really, really appreciated. And please share.
Lindsay Clancy's murder trial. As a reminder to everybody, this case has a lot of very disturbing details. It involves the death of children, many mentions of suicide. So if any of that is not something that you can stomach, then this is not for you. This conversation with Jennifer that we do weekly is designed to hopefully discuss some things that we don't have time to discuss on TV and kind of look deeper into what's going on in the case. So thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, I know I gave you a list of topics I wanted to talk about today, but I want to start with what just happened in court. So for context for everybody, we record this during the lunch break, so 1 o'clock on Friday afternoons, which is nearly the end of the week in testimony. And just in the last hour or so, there was kind of a situation where the defense attorney got up and he was obviously agitated and he said he wanted to make a statement, and he told the judge that he received reports that prosecutors had been caught in a hot mic moment on Thursday saying, quote, "shut her up," about his client, Lindsay Clancy, in a moment when Clancy was having a breakdown. She was loudly sobbing in court following autopsy testimony about her youngest child, 8-month-old Callan. And Kevin Reddington was very upset about this. The judge wanted to go to sidebar. He yelled, "I don't want to go to sidebar." They went to sidebar anyway. Then a while later in court, the judge gets up on the bench and says, more or less, "A reminder, there's mics all over this courtroom. If I hear anything inappropriate, you will be kicked out. No yellow cards. You're out for the rest of trial." Not really confirming whether or not that hot mic allegation was true or not, but just what did you make of that whole exchange?
So, I mean, if the prosecution said that, first of all, highly unprofessional, right? And we know as lawyers that everything we say is being recorded. It just generally, never mind when there's cameras in the courtroom. So if it happened, totally unprofessional and uncalled for. But I think the real takeaway here is Kevin Reddington's drawing attention to it, bringing it to the judge in the presence of the jury, and as you said, sort of appearing agitated about it, really making.
I should point out, he went out of his way to do it before the jury came. So this show more or less was not in the presence of the jury.
Gotcha. That's better then.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So,
yes.
You know, a lot of this case has sort of been Kevin Reddington labeling the prosecution's case for them and calling things the fake suicide. Telling her to shut, saying she should shut up on a hot mic. We're stipulating that she killed the children. We don't need all of this evidence and all these autopsy photos and all this dramatic testimony about how they died and what they looked like after they died. A lot of this feels like Kevin Reddington's been driving the narrative here, and that the prosecution has sort of been pushed back on their heels and forced to respond. And I think that's a problem for the prosecution. I think they kind of got to get a clear message going and stay in their lane, so to speak. And it's okay to pivot, right? We pivot. We have to pivot when testimony or evidence doesn't come in the way we thought it would. But generally, that doesn't affect the entire theory of your case. It might shake you up a little bit, but you can pivot. The prosecution hasn't really been able to pivot here when he's pushed them back like that and sort of shown this dramatic side of his presentation. And I think that's a real problem for them.
Doesn't it kind of seem also like this week, more so than last week, tensions between the attorneys in this case have really risen? And if you agree with that, why do you think that is?
Yeah, we've definitely seen the tension risen. I mean, I think it sort of came up originally with the stipulation that they worked out around the chain of evidence and some of the custody of the evidence and sort of eliminating a bunch of prosecution witnesses. But we've also had Kevin Reddington say multiple times, Lindsay Clancy acknowledges she killed these children. That's not the issue. We don't need the jury to hear about how she did it, and they don't need to see the exercise bands. They don't need to know how long it took. He's really been pushing on trying to take that dramatic and very unsavory evidence away from the jury. And the prosecution's been pushing back on that. And that in and of itself has, I think, created some real tension for them. But I also kind of got to think that there's just the practicality of it, that they're getting tired. I mean, these attorneys have been working around the clock on this case for months now. And now they're in court for, long days. Even on a half day of court, you're still going back to your office working on this and thinking about it and getting ready for the next day and the day after. So I gotta believe they're getting tired, and that that's going to contribute to a shorter fuse on both sides as well.
You mentioned the quote unquote fake suicide, and I want us to touch on this. You and I have spoken at length at this point about the notion of a fake suicide. So just some context for our viewers. It's agreed to that Lindsay Clancy crushed up and took some pills after killing the children, crushed up and took some pills, took a kitchen knife and cut her wrists and her throat, and then, it's disputed, jumped or slid out of a second-story window in their home, which ultimately led to her being paralyzed due to a spinal fracture. Prosecutors have elicited a lot of testimony about the superficial nature of those cuts and how they weren't actively bleeding, how they didn't need to be stitched very much. And like a lot of testimony, to the point where you and I have discussed at length about this notion of, are they trying to show the jury that her suicide attempt was fake? And then yesterday in a hearing outside the presence of the jury, they said to the judge, we're not trying to claim her suicide attempt was fake. We're just trying to prove that it was failed. What did you make of them saying that? And is that a distinction? A, what does it mean? And B, will the jury get it?
Yeah, I think it's a distinction without meaning. I don't know how you can say, I mean, I guess what they're saying is, well, we acknowledge that she tried to take her life. We just don't think it was a serious attempt to take her life, that she knew it would fail. And that's a really nuanced point, one that I'm not so sure the prosecution needs to make. I don't think it lends anything to their case. I think they have a stronger case by arguing that these were superficial attempts at killing yourself, trying to kill yourself, that she knew wasn't going to work. So I think it's not a necessary point for the prosecution. The other thing that I think is that, again, this is a product of them being bullied a bit by the defense here. The defense has labeled it the fake suicide, and the prosecution has felt the need to defend themselves against that labeling and that identification, which has knocked them off of their claim that, yes, she did do these things, but she wasn't really meaning to kill herself. And I think it gets blurry for the jury. I think it's going to be confusing for the jury. And ultimately, the suicide attempt, I think, really comes down to, do the jurors believe that she really flung herself out of that second-story window, or did she sort of try to slide down the side? I don't think the pills, given that there was no excessive levels of those medications in her system when they tested her. There was a lot of testimony, as you noted, that the wounds on her neck and her wrist were superficial. They weren't something that needed immediate attention. So I think that got neutralized sufficiently by the prosecution. I think it really comes down to the second-story window. Did she climb and slide? Did she leap or jump? That, I think, if the jury ends up thinking that she really jumped out that window, that's going to be deemed a serious suicide attempt. I mean, that's just a reasonable assumption. But if they think that she slid down it, and they couple that with these superficial wounds and not really taking many of these pills at all, especially coming from a nurse who would have some understanding, I would think, about what she needed to do to kill herself by swallowing pills or crushing pills, then I think that's a big win for the prosecution.
Right. Is the inference there that if she truly threw herself out the window the way the defense claims, then she was not in her right mind? And if she slid out the window in a way that was maybe less dramatic or risky, regardless of the injuries she sustained, then she must have been more in her right mind?
Yeah, that she was in more control of what she was doing. She was in control of her conduct. She was making rational decisions, right? Like that moment of, I did this horrible thing. Now I need to cover it up almost. I'm going to make it look like this was a murder-suicide, but it really wasn't. It was really just a murder. So they're trying to draw that distinction of like, hey, no, she knew what she was doing. I mean, that's the prosecution's theory, right? She knew what she was doing. She didn't intend to kill herself. She wanted to make it look like she wanted to kill herself to cover up the fact that she had just murdered these children.
So then isn't the distinction here like a language thing? Like whether you would call that a fake suicide or not? Like is this just a language distinction?
Yeah, it's vernacular. I mean, and
Huh.
it's a label, right? But
Yeah.
it's a powerful label. I mean, you call it a fake suicide, that hits you differently than
Right.
an unsuccessful suicide attempt. It has a totally
Right.
different import, which is why, Kevin Reddington's using the language fake suicide.
Right. Not to mention you don't have to prove an unsuccessful suicide because she's alive in the courtroom right there.
Right.
Okay, let's get off of that because it's a horrible topic. I'm sorry. I want to look big picture. We're 2 weeks into testimony. It's still the prosecution's case. At this moment, 60 witnesses have been called. The prosecution's list is 182 witnesses long. We know they're not going to call 182 witnesses. Either way, 60 is a lot of witnesses. I asked you this last week, so I'm going to ask again. What does the prosecution still have to prove? And on the other side of that coin, do you feel like they've really kind of scored any major points with the jury this week?
So they've got some work to do on her state of mind still, and we're getting there, right? With today, we started to hear the testimony from some treating psychiatrists. And so they've still got work to do on that, I think, to really prove their burden that she appreciated right from wrong, that she was not insane at the time that she committed these murders. And so I think, again, we're heading there. But they have seemed to struggle a bit with the, was she homicidal or not? Because we do have Lindsay Clancy, and I think these are important points for the jury. We do have Lindsay Clancy struggling with her mental health now, to multiple people, providers, friends, family. But it's really about what she wasn't telling these people, right? We heard from her friend, I think it was her friend, who said she was having intrusive thoughts, but thought it was related to her medication and was going to be changing the medication. We know that multiple medication changes occurred. So I think that was an important point for the jury, that Lindsay said, oh, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, but they're not so troublesome that I feel like I need to go check myself into a hospital or that I'm at risk of hurting myself or my children. That's important, right? Because we do, anyone who's taken a medication, there can be side effects. And as the doctors have testified here, these psychiatric medications can have, other unwelcome side effects other than, just making you feel sleepy. They can make you have strange thoughts, racing heart, things like that. So I think those were some really good points that the prosecution pulled out today. That was leading up into the murders. Nobody knew that she was really having these intentional thoughts of harming the children. I think that was really good for them. I think that the pace at which they're going has been helpful. I think, sort of one of your notes was sort of how Lindsay Clancy is being depicted leading up to the murder versus how she's presenting now. Becoming very emotional when looking at the autopsy photos and hearing testimony about how her children were killed. In one regard, that really humanizes her for the jury. In the other regard, it makes you wonder, then where was this person, this grieving mother, when she was being questioned in the hospital and didn't bring up her children and didn't
Or
ask?
they had testimony this week about how a friend came to visit her and had been instructed not to bring up the killing, so they played Uno together like 6 weeks later.
Yeah, like two normal friends hanging out. I mean, it's odd, and then you go back. I go back to like the very early testimony where she took a selfie of herself when she was at McLean's, for that initial hospital before the murders. Again, sort of suggesting she wasn't really taking her own mental health very seriously, and that's part of the prosecution's theory here, is that it was never as bad as what she's now claiming it to be. She's claiming that it was this bad to support her defense. And so I think they did make some good headway on that, but they've still got work to do.
In the last hour of testimony, I want to point out, because I think you and I had discussed this, that prosecutors had asked some previous witnesses questions about, like, when Lindsay was in nursing school and you knew her, did she ever have mental health issues or see psychiatrists or take medication? And everyone, including Patrick, was like, no, not that I remember. Today, the psychiatrist who had seen her in the fall before the killings testified that Lindsay had self-reported that she had tried an SSRI when she was back in nursing school and had not had an adverse reaction to it. So I think we had been wondering why the nursing school questions, and then today we got the answer. Apparently she had reported, it wasn't Zoloft, I think it was Prozac. She had reported taking briefly in nursing school and not having a negative reaction. What weight do you think that holds for the jury?
I think that's another one of those finer points for the prosecution that, they were, through Patrick Clancy's testimony, they were
I'm
suggesting.
going to stop it here and say that with me traveling across the internet as of late, I've heard people parrot this exactly. So they definitely made headway with that. So they are still currently on break. I do have it up, waiting for it to come back. Let's go over and everything that we view. I will put the links down in the YouTube show notes. Today we're coming to you on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. So if you could show us love on the platform you're viewing us on, that would be amazing. And so let's go over and pop into Banfield. This is calculated killing, stunning new evidence raises serious questions. And this was 2 days ago.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for subscribing. If you haven't, I would love it if you would. And by the way, if you join, we have a membership event coming up this Sunday. It's August the 9th at 6 p.m. Eastern. Ask me anything. It'll be fun. There'll be wine. I've got a lot to say in this coming episode, and it is, well, how do I say this? This has been called America's saddest trial. And I think there's a lot of ways to read into that, right? Because there's really no mystery in this trial about who killed 3 beautiful little kids, Cora Dawson and Callan Clancy. No mystery. No, it was their mother. Their mother did it. Lindsay Clancy did it. She admits it. She admits it. She says, I strangled all 3 of my kids.
I just have doubts, you guys. I have to dive into this closer, and of course, this is just all my opinion for entertainment and educational purposes only. But did she do it alone? I don't know. I'm seriously looking at Patrick. Yes, I'm one of those people that's seriously looking at Patrick.
And she even gave the description how. I used exercised resistance bands. It all happened inside the luxury Duxbury, Massachusetts home that she shared with her husband and kids. This happened back January 24th, 2023. But now we're learning a whole lot more. It is not just as simple as that one sweeping line, mom kills 3 kids, tries to kill herself. It's just not that simple. There are layers to this, and people are weighing in on both sides of it. And I get it, and I hear you, and I would love to hear what you think about this in the comments. But we're now more than a week into the testimony in the trial of Lindsay Clancy, and the evidence is producing a very complex picture. In fact, some of the state's own witnesses have described Lindsay Clancy as a woman who was unraveling for months on end. And not just unraveling, but like recognizing it and asking for help. A woman who was terrified by what was going on in her mind, knowing there was something wrong, and acknowledging it and telling people and asking people, help me, shit's going sideways. But the question for this jury that's facing her in this courtroom now is, what was really going on inside your mind when you decided to kill your 3 children? The fact that you tried to kill yourself, you failed, okay. This helps the equation, but what was really going on deep down inside you? It's not a simple question, y'all. It really is not. Whenever you talk about insanity, it doesn't just mean you're crazy. Because I would venture to say 90% of people locked up are crazy for doing the crimes they do. But legal insanity, oh, that's layered. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to explain it all because it's important. A lot of people get it wrong. And then they think, how'd that guy get off? Or why is that guy going to prison? There's a lot of questions. So the question here in this courtroom, was this, as the prosecutors say, a deliberate and methodical act carried out by a woman who understood exactly what she was doing and knew that it was wrong. That's key. That is key. Knowing exactly what you're doing when you're killing your children is not the end of it. You have to know the difference between right and wrong. And believe me, if you're watching this right now, you're probably saying, we all know that, right? We all know killing's bad. That's the key. Not always. As it turns out, not always. And that's why we have actually written up criminal code to accommodate for that. You may not agree with it. You may agree with it. But there is hard set criminal code that accommodates for people who literally have lost it all. They don't know right from wrong anymore. So if you think about Lindsay Clancy, was she methodical? Did she know absolutely every single step, everything she was doing was wrong? Did she know the difference between right and wrong? Or was she so profoundly mentally ill, suffering from a postpartum psychosis? Not the baby blues. Let's please just do away with that bullshit from like the 40s. It's not the baby blues. It's truly science. You can develop a real sickness after having a baby. Was she buried under a rotating list of psychiatric medications and so out of it that she now technically, according to criminal code, is no longer criminally responsible for what she did? It's a hell of a question, not gonna lie. Whichever verdict this jury reaches, it is not gonna change one fact that nobody in that courtroom can escape. And it is a painful, harrowing fact. Cora, Dawson, and Callan are dead. And the person who killed them is also the person who, by virtually every account before that night, loved them to the end of the earth.
From taking care of everyone, that my mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me.
The chilling words of child killer Lindsay Clancy, front and center at her murder trial.
I feel horribly guilty about my marriage. I want to connect with Pat again. I know he needs it. I need it. I'm terrified because I'm terrified of the relationship.
Diary entries hint at a troubled relationship with her then husband as rumors swirl online about Patrick Clancy himself and alleged inconsistencies in his story. Meanwhile, we hear Lindsay speak for the first time.
Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
As astonishing testimony from a family nanny has the jury taking notice.
She was a wonderful mom.
This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale. We're going to tape them out.
So I'm not doing that at all.
Major sparks in the courtroom on Friday after defense attorney Kevin Reddington alleges the prosecution was caught on a hot mic commenting on Lindsay Clancy crying. Meanwhile, jurors are getting a look inside the mind of Lindsay Clancy herself as her journal entries are read aloud for the court.
I also feel like I did it wrong because I did it when he was overtired, so I made it harder. I now have horrible insomnia and anxiety, which is causing depression. I have no appetite. I don't know what's wrong with me. I want help. I want to be well.
All this comes as Lindsay faces 3 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of her children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan Clancy. The trial has taken the world by storm for a myriad of reasons, namely the fact that Lindsay doesn't deny that she killed her kids. She admits she strangled her 3 children with exercise bands on January 24th, 2023, but her defense team has said from the jump, it's not murder. They say Lindsay was suffering from postpartum psychosis and was in the midst of a mental break at the time of their deaths. For that reason, they pleaded not guilty, saying Lindsay lacks criminal responsibility because she wasn't in the right mind at the time. And we've seen a lot happen this past week in court. For instance,
No, I don't want to go to the sidebar. I really don't want to go to the sidebar.
I need to know what you're going to talk about before.
I want to tell you that they got picked up on a hot mic saying, shut her up during the playing of that autopsy.
All right.
This is not like Handmaid's Tale. We're going to tape them out.
So I'm not doing that at all. I just want to find out what the issue is. There's a lot of privileged issues.
defense attorney Kevin Reddington says he does not want to go to sidebar. He wants it on the record that the prosecution allegedly commented under their breath, shut her up, as Lindsay Clancy cried during autopsy testimony. Now, my photographer was in the courtroom for all of this. He's the one who shoots the video that you see, whether it be on Law and Crime or literally anywhere else. There's only one camera that's allowed to record video, and it's him. Now, he's been court ordered, whether there's a recess, a break, there's a sidebar, he's got to go to the seal. And as soon as a recess is called, he goes to the seal and he has to cut the audio. But the defense is now alleging that the prosecution made a comment before our photog could cut the mic. Here's the clip. So we can't say for sure what the Commonwealth said or if it was even the Commonwealth. And to be fair, their faces did look really surprised when the defense made this allegation. It's all speculation at this point. I mean, we don't know exactly who said what, but we do know the judge isn't messing around.
I just want to make it real clear that there is to be no inappropriate comments or disruptive comments to be made inside of this courtroom. If anybody is found to make those, they will be immediately escorted out and barred for the balance of this. All right, I just want to make that real clear. And just in case you're wondering, there are microphones all around. And so if I get a report of that, there's going to be some serious issues and serious problems. So I just kind of wanted to put that out for everybody so it's crystal clear. There's going to be no warnings, no yellow cards. You're out. All right, so I just kind of want to make that real clear.
NBC Boston reports the DA's office has since looked at the tape and determined it was someone saying, "Shut it off," meaning the camera. They say it wasn't even them speaking. It could have been someone else in the gallery. And that's not all the drama we saw this week. We also saw the defense getting heated on the cross-exam of first responders or medical experts who treated both Lindsay Clancy and the kids. Like this, for example.
As you sit here, you don't know what her core body temperature was?
I saw her 3 years ago. I see about 200 patients a
I'm sure you're very busy, but this is a murder trial, doctor. Did you review your records and your notes?
I'm happy to look at my record if you bring it
Did you review your records and notes before you came in here today to testify on this case?
Sir, I did, but I don't have a photographic memory.
The Commonwealth pushing back, highlighting what they say were Lindsay's top priorities after coming to.
We asked her, how are you feeling? Horrified. And then she wrote down, do I have an attorney?
We're going to dig into all of the court proceedings from this week, but we also can't ignore the other court. That's the court of public opinion, because this case has gone off on social media. I mean, my texts and Instagram comments, DMs have been blowing up because everyone is asking about this case and watching it. And there's a lot of public discourse surrounding the trial. For example, the shocking and unsubstantiated theory that Patrick Clancy may have actually killed the kids. People are pointing to alleged inconsistencies in his story, or the fact that his shoes and jacket seem to have changed between the trip to CVS and the drive to the 3B restaurant. Above all, there's the rumor, and I have to emphasize rumor, that Patrick Clancy was having an affair before the children were killed. A lot of people are questioning what he was doing in New York leading up to their deaths.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And while I've been in the courtroom, other true crimers have been following the case online and getting the feedback of all the trial watchers who have different theories. So for the interview portion of this episode, we're sitting down with true crime TikToker Elena True Crime, who has more than 70,000 followers on TikTok and 23,000 on Instagram. You might recognize her.
Hey guys. So one of the standout moments to me, there were a couple ones. This one was a bad one. Okay. In the Lindsay Clancy trial yesterday was this guy, right? Seems like a happy guy. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Trooper Corey Mello. Okay. But there was a moment, this was at the end, so you might not have seen it, that absolutely had my jaw dropped. And it was when
we're going to sit down with Elena and talk about all of these wild rumors and whether any of them actually hold water. But first, the facts. What happened inside the courtroom this week? We heard heartbreaking testimony about 8-month-old Callan Clancy's autopsy, and jurors were shown graphic images of the procedure. Lindsay herself was taken out of the courtroom sobbing.
In terms of...
Good morning, everyone. They are on their morning break. So as we're waiting, we are going over some inconsistencies in the trial. If you could be sure to give this live a thumbs up and share it, I would really, really appreciate it. And let me know, I'm feeling kind of weird about Patrick. I'm feeling really kind of weird about Patrick. My hackles are up.
The marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face. did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes, it is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
We heard from witness after witness from the medical field, whether they treated the kids or even Lindsay after her jump from the second-story window and the cuts to her wrists and neck. And here's where we started to see a pattern early on. Defense attorney Kevin Reddington was no nonsense on cross-exam, grilling the witnesses and emphasizing the severity of the circumstances. For example, a doctor at the South Shore Hospital testified Lindsay was nonverbal when she arrived. And here's what happened on cross.
She was intubated, had the tube coming out of her mouth. She's laying on the table, and you are continuing an assessment. You were the lead doctor in the emergency room for Lindsay Clancy, right?
I wouldn't say I was the lead. I think the trauma surgeon and I worked together.
Right. Her temperature, her core body temperature was 82 degrees. Is that right?
If that's what the record states, then yes.
I'm sorry?
If that's what her medical record states, then
So
yes.
as you sit here, you don't know what her core body temperature was?
I saw her 3 years ago. I see about 200 patients a
I'm sure
month.
you're very busy, but this is a murder trial, doctor. Did you review your records and your notes?
I'm happy to look at my record if you bring it
Did
here.
you review your records and notes before you came in here today to testify on this case?
Sir, I did, but I don't have a photographic memory.
Here's another example of that passion when a forensic psychiatrist was called to the stand.
So in any event, you know that she was insomnia. You know that there was a significant period of time that she was suffering from insomnia. You knew that she was expressing suicidal ideation. How about homicidal ideation? Did she express that?
Not from my review of the records.
Okay. Would that be indicative of a person that could be in psychosis expressing concerns about homicidal ideation?
No. Overall, allow it.
Sorry, I don't know that question. Could you repeat that question?
Sure.
Okay, they're coming back in session. I'm going to pop off the screen. I'm going to be watching it with you guys.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington.
If you would just please look at your medical records that you have in front of you, I believe, and just go back to the October 20th, where you have, I believe, it's called interval history.
I had trouble hearing the date. Can you repeat that?
Sure, October 20th. Sorry.
Okay.
So looking at the interview history, that's when you decided to start Zoloft. It says a week ago, right?
That's when the patient started it, yes.
Okay, and she then increased the dose, and it says last night, right?
Yes.
And what was she telling you on the computer screen when you were talking to her? What did she say about increasing the dose of the Zoloft?
That she felt awful. She couldn't sleep. Had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
So you gave her some therapy, did you?
I gave her some therapy in conjunction with discussing all of her symptoms and assessing her and managing medication.
Okay, and again, I apologize. You have to keep your voice up so people can hear you way down here. So when you say you were talking about the symptoms and what did you do? Just talk about the same thing that we've just gone over, the symptoms?
There were a number of them to discuss in more detail. That's the summary of them.
Okay. So did she discuss it in detail?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her symptomology at this point on October 20th was so bad that she had to have her mother come and stay with her?
Her mom was coming to provide support. Yes.
She wasn't coming to provide support. She was coming to stay with them, to live with them, wasn't she?
Yes. I don't know for how long, but yes.
Did you bother to ask her? Why is her mother having to stay with them?
Because she needed some help.
Do you know how long the mother stayed with her?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping in the basement?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping with her mother?
I don't.
So you decided that you'd stop the Zoloft and you would monitor closely, right?
Yes.
What does that mean, that monitor closely?
I saw her the next day, so that's monitoring, an example of
Okay.
monitoring closely.
So this would be on October 21st that you saw her the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 20th, you made reference to the fact that you also recommended that she try fish oil and things of that nature, natural remedies.
Yes.
You also wanted to look into what's called Zulresso, Zulresso.
Yes.
What's Zulresso?
It is a treatment for postpartum depression.
And when you say that you were looking into it, what did you do? Did you find out if it was available and if she could participate in the program?
I did some digging online to see where it is done and how to do it. I hadn't officially recommended it, so I had not started that for her. It's not really an easy medicine that I can just start
It's
because
not what? I'm sorry.
sorry, it's not a medication I can start on my own. It is it's infused through an IV in a hospital, so it's a bit difficult to coordinate.
It's a 60-hour infusion, right?
It's a long infusion. That sounds right.
And it's about 2.5 days of infusion, and it has to be under hospital circumstance, and the only hospital around here is in Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And did you ever recommend that she do that?
It was something to consider. I couldn't make the official recommendation because that's not something I prescribe.
Why?
Because you can't pick that up at the pharmacy.
Well, no, obviously you have to go to a hospital setting and basically have an infusion through your veins for 60 hours or 2.5 days. But why didn't you look into it or recommend that she do that?
Well, I did look into it.
So what happened?
She ended up actually going to a partial hospitalization program at the hospital that does it. I don't believe the program was completed, but she went. And I advised her to discuss it with them because they have access to that medicine. I don't have access to it.
Of course not. Is this Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island that you're talking about?
Yes.
So when you looked at the medical records for Women and Infants Hospital, did they make reference to your inquiry for Zulresso?
I never received records from Women and Infants.
Did you ever look at them or even online?
Online?
Yeah, like online, like you do when you talk to patients.
No, I never had access to them.
Why?
It's similar to South Shore. It's a completely separate hospital that I don't have access to. I don't work there.
Well, of course you don't work there, but you're a doctor and you're treating a patient who's got medical records that you could access through a HIPAA release, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you do that?
Well, she didn't ultimately end up having any treatment there. So it didn't seem necessary.
She didn't end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary. You can't just walk into that place and say, hey, I'd like some Zulresso, can you?
I don't exactly know how it works.
And then again, on that date, which would be October 20, when the jurors are looking at the records, you checked off the boxes again on objective findings, mental status exam, appearance, speech, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 minute, Judge, jurors. So when she was telling you on that date that she was in quoting your records, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts and something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone, what did she mean by that?
Well, those were a lot of her words.
Right, isn't that a concern? If your patient is telling you she doesn't want to be alone, why didn't she want to be alone?
Because she was very anxious and had the feeling like something bad might happen.
Okay, did her mother ultimately and dad come to stay with them?
Yes,
How long did they stay with them?
I don't know.
Jeff, when you talked to the mother and the father, did you say to them, what is she doing? How does she appear? Is she in bed all day? What did they tell you?
They never called my office, so I never spoke with them.
They never called your office?
They never called me or sent a message, so I did not have communication with them.
So that's their fault that they didn't call you, the doctor, I guess, right?
It's a state. Next question.
So do you think maybe it would be reasonable if you're the doctor and you're investigating your patient's symptomology that you might, when you know that the parents are staying with her, that you would make a phone call yourself?
It's not typical when you have an adult who is able to advocate for themselves to speak with their parents.
So while she is telling you about her symptomology and tearfulness and crying and unable to get up and anxiety and the medications and the mental illness that she had, you felt that she could advocate for herself?
Yes,
Okay, on the television, on the computer.
yes,
The next time you saw her was on October 26th, is that correct? And you can pull up your record.
yes,
Now, and if you look again at the interval history where you put down what's going on in the patient's life that time, this is when she indicated that she's back to where she felt that she was before Zoloft, which was not great, and that you guys were considering a new medication. Is that right?
yes,
And then you started her on Ativan, as we talked about, right?
yes.
And then you started her on the buspirone, right?
Well, she had already been started on the Ativan, and then we added the buspirone.
So my question was, you started her on buspirone, right?
Yes,
Okay. And also you added hydroxyline as needed, right?
yes,
And you continued the Ativan, correct?
yes,
Did you discuss side effects with her at that point?
yes,
Did you also discuss starting Remeron or pregabalin?
yes.
What did you tell her about Remeron and pregabalin?
I don't think I went into any detail about those medicines, just that those might be things to consider in the future.
And then you saw her on October 31st, right?
That was her, I think that was just a therapy appointment with a different provider.
Would that be Jennifer McAllister?
Yes,
So it's a different provider in the sense that she works for Astor. right?
Well, yes, it just wasn't myself.
Right. So on October 31st, they did a suicide assessment, or she did, right, McAllister?
I wasn't there.
Well, I know you weren't there, but these are medical records that have been introduced into evidence that the jury's going to have in the jury room.
Objection, is that a question?
No, good. Next question.
McAllister did a suicide assessment apparently, right?
I'm sure she assessed.
No,
for
no, no, look at the
suicide.
record, please,
Where do you see it? Sorry.
where it says suicide assessment. There's only 4 pages for October 31st. Well, actually, there would be 8 because it's 2 sides.
So that is the assessment that you go through. If somebody reports any thoughts of suicide, then you ask those questions, which go into a lot more detail about them.
So here you have a patient who's already reported to you as a psychiatrist that she's got suicidal ideation, worried about suicide, worried about killing herself days before October 31st. And a suicide assessment was done by McAllister, right?
I wasn't there. You would have to ask her.
Oh, maybe I will if she
Okay.
comes in.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me what the record shows? Did they do a suicide assessment? Did she check off the little boxes?
I'm looking for that section. It says that patient denies suicidal or homicidal ideation at this time.
Okay, so again, this is on October 31st, right?
Yes.
The patient, within a period of a couple of days and meetings with you, that McAllister has access to because the records are within your business, right?
It's not my business, but yes.
Has reported suicidal ideation and fear and dwelling about killing herself and afraid of those thoughts, right?
I just want to be absolutely clear. So yes, a little
Yes, the
while
answer is
earlier,
yes.
she had voiced those concerns.
Right. So as a result of voicing those concerns, is it your understanding that McAllister did not do any of the suicide assessment questions because Lindsay reported that she wasn't suicidal?
It appears that she asked about
Right, you
suicidality.
already told us that. I'm asking you about, excuse me.
Hold on. Answer this question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not asking you. You've told us 3 times now that she said she was not suicidal when she spoke to McAllister. I'm asking you about the suicide assessment for the 3rd time. You see it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, did Lindsay answer any of the questions that were asked over the 2 pages, possibly 3, of the suicide assessment? Yeah, 3, done by McAllister.
I don't see anything written here.
So was there a suicide assessment?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know what the
And you don't know
conversation
from looking
was.
at the records, right?
From looking at the records, I don't see evidence of additional suicidal questions beyond asking if it was there or not.
So, the suicidal assessment, doctor, is in the medical records. It consumes almost 4 pages, does it not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the questions, like asking, have you felt life is not worth living? Is death something you thought about recently? Are you dwelling on that? What leads up to the thoughts? What are the thoughts? All those questions, right? For 4 pages, right?
Yes.
And there is not one notation indicating that that test was ever administered to her on October 31st, correct?
Correct. But it looks like it was asked in other ways.
Yeah, okay. November 2nd. Oh, it was asked in other ways? Is that what the little checkbox where it says denies suicidal ideation?
Can I read something that she
You
wrote in
have
the note?
indicated repeatedly that she denied suicidal ideation, right?
Yes,
The suicidal assessment was not administered, according to the record that's in front of you, by McAllister, yes?
the additional suicidal assessment, yes.
November 2nd. By the way, as a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, you have the ability to prescribe medication, obviously, right?
Yes,
And that's what we talked about, the DEA number and all of that, correct, which you had for about a month, other than when you were a resident, right?
yes,
So you're prescribing these SSRIs and antipsychotics and antitropics or whatever they are. And it's important as to the metabolism of your patient with those drugs, isn't it?
yes.
Okay, keep your voice up. What does metabolism mean?
The body breaking down the medication.
So how is it that you can determine how the body of your patient is breaking down the medication that is in their brain and they're complaining about all of these symptoms? How, as a doctor, do you determine how the body's breaking it down?
We don't typically have any specific testing that we do to understand that.
How about a blood test?
It's not done for that.
It's not done for that, meaning a blood test is not done to determine the metabolism of your patient, of your medications?
Are you referring to genetic testing?
No, I'm asking about the metabolism. I'm not talking about genetics. I'm talking about the metabolism of the SSRIs in her body.
Okay.
You can tell that metabolism rate through blood testing, right?
Not in the way that you're describing.
Okay, what way would it be?
There is genetic testing that can give information about metabolism.
Like what?
It can talk about different enzymes that a person might have to suggest it provides information about the enzymes that a person might have the genes for.
Okay, so it provides the enzymes that a person might have the genes for. Forgive me, I'm having difficulty with that. What does that mean?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, you don't expect a patient that's going through what she was going through to understand that, would you?
No,
Did you guys do the enzyme test?
they are not typically done
Why?
because, again, it's genetics.
Does
and
insurance cover it?
Just in the middle of answering.
Finish that answer and I'll allow a follow-up. Go ahead, Doc.
So it's not as simple as testing for an enzyme or not. You can test someone's genome, like we have the ability to test the entire human genome now, but which is great, but the clinical use of that is not there yet. So while we can test these things, it does not yield meaningful clinical information. So it is not commonly done.
What is the Cytopro P4-50 system?
That's one of the enzymes I'm talking about.
So the Cytopro P450 system talks about and tests for the breakdown of psychiatric meds in the blood, right?
It's not in the way that you're describing. It doesn't
All
tell
I'm
you what
describing it is that it's a
medicine.
test.
Again, one at a time. Finish the answer and then you can ask follow-up. Go ahead, Doc.
It just, yes, this is a test that is done, but it doesn't tell you what medications a patient will do better on. It's not useful in that way.
So what's it useful for?
I mean, I don't find it terribly useful.
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field?
I'm sorry?
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field, psychiatry?
Well, it's an enzyme in the body.
Well, I know what it is. I'm asking you about the system, the testing. How long have they been using that?
The genetic testing, maybe a
whatever
few
it is.
years. It's very new,
Very new. Does insurance cover it?
sometimes.
Sometimes. So it is nevertheless a legitimate test to determine the breakdown of psychiatric meds in a patient's blood, correct?
It exists, yes.
It exists. Well, it exists, but you didn't use it, right?
It would not have made a difference
In what? In your opinion?
in her treatment.
Because you go by the checks in the checkbox and what she self-reports, right?
No, not just the checks in the checkbox.
Oh. In any event, tell me about the thyroid.
The
Tell me about
thyroid,
the thyroid.
it's an organ in the human body that regulates hormones.
And what, if any, import and impact do thyroid levels have on your evaluation of a woman who is in the throes of postpartum depression?
They don't.
What is the purpose of a test to determine the thyroid levels?
Well, you can test something like the TSH.
Well, I don't know what a TSH is. I'm sorry. What is a TSH?
Thyroid stimulating hormone.
Okay, thank you.
That's something that can be tested typically by maybe a PCP, primary care, or endocrinologist if they have concerns about someone's thyroid function.
Were you aware of a study that was a major study that was peer reviewed? What does peer reviewed mean in your business?
That it was reviewed by other researchers in a similar field.
And the report or the article or whatever it may be has to be approved by the peers that are reviewing it before it can be published, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that in the medical field, it's a big deal to have publishing articles on your resume, right?
Yes.
And how many articles have you published about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, anything?
I have published something, but it's not a full article. It's just a small thing.
Okay. Are you aware of the psychiatry magazine article dealing with, in 2021, thyroid function in postpartum psychosis, an exploratory study? Have you ever heard of anything about that, let alone read an article about it?
No.
Are you aware that there are studies that have compared thyroid function between psychosis with postpartum onset, PPO, psychosis without postpartum onset, PWPO, and normal postpartum? You aware of that?
No.
Well, you're supposed to be an expert, or you specialize, or you have an interest in treating women that have suffered from postpartum, correct?
Yes.
Have you written any articles at all about postpartum depression, anxiety, psychosis?
No, I'm not a researcher. I'm a clinician.
Have you read any of the articles, such as thyroid function in postpartum psychosis?
I've read many articles. There are thousands. I have not read that specific article.
Thousands? Thousands of articles on postpartum psychosis and the thyroid?
No, not on that specific topic.
So when the Astor doctors are treating a person like Lindsay, it's your testimony to this jury that testing, whether it's blood testing or whether it's the Cytopro P4 testing, is not necessary because Jennifer Tufts doesn't think it's necessary, right?
It does not yield information that would influence treatment.
Really? So if there was elevation in the thyroid, that wouldn't impact on your treatment at all, your evaluation, your investigation?
Sorry, I thought you had mentioned the cytochrome. issue? Are we talking about that one or are we talking about the thyroid?
Talking about the thyroid.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there
Can you
were tests that revealed elevation in the thyroid level, is it your testimony that you wouldn't care?
If I somehow found out that a patient had elevated thyroid levels, I would advise them to talk to their primary care or maybe get an endocrinologist to discuss it.
Did you ever recommend that Lindsay get an endocrinologist?
No, she
And the
did
reason,
not.
the answer is no. And you basically did not have any information that you could use to even realize that there might have been a thyroid issue with this woman that was postpartum, right? Because you didn't do any blood tests.
There was no clinical reason to obtain a blood test.
All right, so you continue on with your meetings by the computer, correct?
Yes.
November 2nd. You can get November 2nd out. You got it?
November 22nd?
No, it looks like November 2nd. I apologize. That's what I'm looking at. Tufts, Jennifer, MD, Clancy, Lindsay. Follow-up note, November 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. And you're still diagnosing her with generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, right?
Yes.
You add in there an adjustment disorder with depressed mood, I guess because of what she had been telling you, right?
Yes.
Okay, looking at the psychiatric condition, you note that it's improving. Right?
Yes.
And then you determine that you will decrease the Ativan to 0.75 milligrams for 2 weeks, and then decrease it to 0.5 milligrams for 2 weeks, and consider alternatives for sleep anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you note if she's having urges to harm herself or others, to go to the nearest emergency room and call 911 and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
So is that a form that you basically press a button, because it seems to be kind of like a generic advice, call 911 if you're feeling suicidal and things of that nature?
Well, that's advice that we provide for every single patient.
Okay. And then you note that half the encounter was on counseling or coordination of care on November 2nd, right?
Yes, that's a typical statement. It's just a part of documentation that doctors use.
All right. Now, on November 2nd, you were suggesting the 4 drugs that she would start would be Remeron, Trazodone, Pregabalin, and hydroxyzine, right?
Those were just things we were considering.
Oh.
I wasn't starting all of those medicines.
I see. On November 22nd, now that would be almost 3 weeks later, right? You saw her, right? And did you ask her about whether or not she was still having suicidal thoughts or worrying about suicidal thoughts, for example? Did you ask her that?
Yes,
And how do you know that? Because the box is checked?
it's written in my note.
What does it say?
Patient denies SI.
Okay, what did you ask her about that?
I don't remember the exact words, but I know that I asked about that.
Did you ask her about how things were going at home with her mother and father staying there?
That I don't remember. I didn't document how her parents were doing.
Okay, well, I don't really care about how her parents were doing. I'm asking about whether or not you asked her how it was working out while her parents were there helping out. If you did, fine. If you didn't, that's fine too.
I don't think that I did. In this
Okay.
appointment,
Okay, that's all. That's fine. December 1st was the next appointment, correct? And you can look at the interval history.
Yes.
Now, on that December 1st appointment, this is after she had transferred to to South Shore?
Yes,
She disclosed to you that she had been seeing South Shore, right?
yes,
We already talked about the fact that you never got the records from South Shore, so you don't know, other than what Lindsay reported to you, what medications she was on, right?
right. I knew what she was telling me.
Right, and she told you that she was doing the Ativan taper, right?
Well, she said she had tried doing that, but that then she was having more sleep.
Having difficulty sleeping is what she indicated to you, right?
Yes.
And she tried other meds that you had suggested, but stated that she was having difficulty with those meds, including trazodone, right?
Well, the trazodone she didn't have a problem with. It just didn't seem like it was particularly helpful.
Right. Did you prescribe the trazodone or somebody else?
This was somebody else.
So do you know what the milligrams were that she was on?
It says she tried between 50 and 150 milligrams.
All right. Now, did she at some point try Remeron?
She said that she did.
Did you suggest in your discussions that she try Remeron?
No, I did not.
Did she indicate to you that she had rebound anxiety and intrusive thoughts, that she was going to die? Do you recall that?
Well, she said worse depression and intrusive thoughts.
Okay. Did she tell you what the intrusive thoughts were?
It was the feeling like I'm going to die.
Did she then have a script for Prozac, 10 milligrams?
That's what she said.
And she said that she couldn't sleep and had worse sleep, so that had to be stopped, right?
Yes.
She had, then she was on Klonopin, right?
Yes.
And what is Klonopin?
It's a benzodiazepine.
And on December 1st is when she told you, again, that she was close to having suicidal ideation, feeling hopeless. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, on the interval history, on that date, you indicated that she can't sleep. She's panicking. She had worse depression, intrusive thoughts. She was numb. Nothing mattered. I feel like I'm going to die. Denies suicidal ideation, but, quote, yesterday, close to it, feeling hopeless. Did you give her therapy and validations after she told you that?
I believe that I did.
What did you do? You got a woman that's telling you that she's hopeless. She doesn't care if she dies. Can't sleep. What did you do to validate on your therapy?
Well, I told her that this was something that we could address, that there was hope, that there were treatments, and there are different types of treatment programs that are more supportive, like partial hospitalization programs. So she knew that she still had options and a reason to hope.
Did you ever suggest to her that maybe you ought to come in to see me rather than talk on the computer?
Talking with her over the video did not seem like an issue. It didn't seem like there was anything that I was missing or that there was any need to see her in person.
Now, you'd agree with me that in December of 2022, COVID was all done, right?
It wasn't completely all done.
Were you still nervous about dealing with people and wearing masks and stuff, or were you able to sit down and talk to somebody face to face?
We were definitely feeling more comfortable about being face to face with people, but I think, it was still something that we thought about.
You discussed trying Seroquel with her at that point, right?
I didn't really discuss it. She had told me that was something that she had discussed with her other provider.
So looking at your notes, does it say also discussed trying Seroquel alone tonight? Your notes say that?
It says, yes,
What
but
is
I wasn't making a recommendation about the Seroquel. It was just a medicine I was providing her more information on.
So you were telling her about the Seroquel? You're providing information?
Yes, we were talking about the Seroquel
Right. Why?
because her other provider had recommended that she started it.
What is Seroquel?
It's an antipsychotic.
You also discussed with her the possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder, did you not?
It was discussed.
And undiagnosed bipolar disorder was, in your opinion, as a result of not a reaction, but extreme reaction to the SSRIs, right?
Not as a result of the SSRIs, but that
Does your note say, and I quote, also discussed possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder given extreme reaction to SSRIs and insomnia, period. Does it say that?
Yes.
Those are your notes, right?
Yes, the way you were saying it made it sound a little bit different before, but that's exactly what I wrote.
I read it directly from your note, right? How did I make it sound different?
I don't know. It sounded different the first time you said it than the second.
So did she have bipolar?
No.
Did you make that decision that night, that day?
I assessed that with her pretty much every time that I saw her, and she never had mania.
What about mood stabilizer like Lamictal? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
It's an anticonvulsant, but it's used in treating mood disorders.
So what was the end result of your meeting with her on December 1st? What did you guys do? Did you give any recommendations, advice, anything?
Yeah, well, so at this time, I was not prescribing her medications, but I was still concerned, not concerned enough that she was at imminent risk of hurting herself or anybody else, given what she said. But we had a plan for her to pursue a partial hospitalization program.
Where was that?
Well, the one that I had recommended was HRI.
What is that, HRI?
It's a hospital in Brookline.
And did she ultimately go to another hospital?
She ultimately went to the Women and Infants Hospital for one day.
And those are the records that you did get, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you decided that she did not have bipolar disorder because, in your opinion, she did not meet, and I quote, the criteria, right? That would be the criteria in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And the DSM, of course, is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, Roman numeral 5, meaning text revision, right?
Yes.
Is that what you were using back then? Would be this thing here, DSM 5, TR? That's the DSM, right? It's like a cookbook, right?
It's more of a guideline that we use to to help us in our treatment, but it's not the psychiatry Bible that people sometimes think that it is.
Right. Hypomanic bipolar disorder. How many days does that require under the DSM?
A hypomanic episode lasts for at least 4 days.
And is that per the DSM?
Yes.
Remember on Friday, you said that the most important criteria is 7 days with continued high energy levels?
Yes.
So is it 7 days or is it 4 days? And who says?
Well, mania is 7 days. Hypomania is 4.
Discussed again, what does occur on December 1st, and that's the March sheet, right?
Yes.
And you know in your records that she indicated that she was really struggling. And it was as a result of that you recommended that hospital program, correct?
Yes.
You agree that she had, in your opinion, a severe mental disturbance at that point that was manifesting itself?
She had a maybe moderate heading towards severe.
Moderate heading towards severe mental issue, okay. You'd agree with me that she had increased anxiety, right?
Yes.
She had very, very increased depression, right?
Well, she did. She said.
Okay, so as you
since
answer
we were
this, can you
on.
just answer yes or no?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to check the record.
Okay, you can check the record all you want, but if I ask you a question respectfully, can you just not go on and ramble? Answer yes or no, that's all.
It's sometimes impossible to do that.
All right,
There's-
so
Here, if you can't answer yes or no, just say you can't answer yes or no. If you can answer yes or no, answer yes or no. That's how we do it, all right?
Okay.
thank you. Now, mental issues like anxiety that was diagnosed, the depression that was diagnosed, and the fact that she indicated yet again that she was close to suicidal ideation, quote, worried about suicidal thoughts, but you indicated that she wasn't suffering from suicidal ideation on that date. Is that fair?
She denied it.
But she told you that she was worried about suicidal ideation and having suicidal thoughts, right?
Well, this was the time she said she was worried that she was close to having suicidal thoughts.
So did you ask her, what does that mean? Does that mean that she's standing at the edge of the stairs and she's thinking about falling down the stairs or what? What does that mean? I'm close to suicidal ideation.
So I asked about that, and that's when she said she described it further as using the word hopeless.
So did you prescribe the lamotrigine on that occasion or no?
No.
On December 16th, that's the next appointment she had, right?
Yes.
That'd be 2 weeks later, right?
Yes.
She was still not well, correct? She told you she was having a really rough time.
She was sleeping, but she was still feeling very poorly.
In your notes, does it say that she was having a really rough time?
Yes.
So when I asked you, if your notes reflected that she said she was having a really rough time, why do you feel compelled to say she was sleeping?
Overruled.
It's an important detail.
Yeah, I guess. How about the rough time? What did that mean? What were the symptoms of having a really rough time for this kid?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer that.
So finally works, referring to the Valium and quetiapine, but very depressed during the day. No motivation, some SI. Do you want me to continue?
Sure.
Went to MGH emergency room for SI, declined inpatient, feeling hopeless, no intent or plan, and feels like depression related to Seroquel.
Okay. Now that's the question on Friday that, well, strike that. So what was the SI, suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And can you read that back to me again? What did she say about SI?
So that when she went to the hospital, she went because she had no motivation, some SI.
Some SI meaning that she had some suicidal ideation, right?
Yes, in her words, yes.
Yeah, in her words. As opposed to thinking about having suicidal ideation or worrying about suicidal ideation. She actually indicated that she had suicidal ideation, right?
I can't answer that as a yes or no.
Well, it's in your notes that she said that, right? Yes?
What is in my note?
Do you understand my question?
I'm a little bit confused right now. Can you repeat what your question is?
Sure, of course. We spent some time talking about thinking about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicidal ideation. Now, saying she had suicidal ideation, right?
She said it, yes.
Yeah. Well, this is the only source of information that you're getting, apparently, is what she's telling you, right?
Yes.
So what suicidal ideation did she have? Was she thinking of cutting her throat? Was she thinking of throwing herself off a building or running out in front of a car? What?
No.
What was she thinking of?
So I asked her those important follow-up questions, and
Like
that's, so what do you mean when you say I'm feeling suicidal?
Okay.
And that's when she said, it means I'm feeling hopeless. And then I asked you, do you, have intention of hurting yourself? Do you have a plan for hurting yourself? And she denied those.
And that's where you left it?
I'm sure more was said, but that's the most important part of that clinical encounter.
And did you give a therapy by the computer on that date too?
Yes.
What did you do for therapy about her suicidal ideation and saying she wanted to kill herself?
Well, we explored what that meant, and what to do if you're feeling that way.
To do what? Call 911?
To go to the emergency room.
Did you discuss prescribing Seroquel to her, or was she getting Seroquel? Did Seroquel enter into your discussion at all?
We talked about it. I was not prescribing it for her.
What is Seroquel?
That's an antipsychotic.
So at the conclusion of your meeting on December 16th, basically what you took away is that she had now increased to suicidal ideation, was feeling hopeless, all the rest of the things that we've talked about. And then she just moved on, went home?
Well, she was assessed in the emergency room and was not admitted. And I assessed her on that day again. And while she was certainly struggling, she did not require hospitalization at that moment. So she was planning on going to the Women and Infants program, and I supported that.
Did you know that around that time, she confessed to her husband that she was having now thoughts of harming children?
No.
Would that have been something you were concerned about?
If I heard that, I would have been very concerned.
You would have called DCF, right?
I might have.
And when you spoke to Pat, did you ever ask him what his observations were of her spiraling into November and December? Not that one time that he stuck his face on the computer and talked to you. Did you ever talk to him?
He never called me again, or he never called at all. I never spoke with him again.
So he is a husband of a woman, just had a baby. He was postpartum with all of these symptoms that we talked about, all of the drugs that you were prescribing and that she was dealing with, trying to get help. You never talked to her husband about what he observed because he didn't call you?
Well, we did speak on that visit.
Which visit?
The 16th. Or I think that's the one that he was at.
You think it was? It's not noted in your records?
It's not noted, but I remember some of what we talked about. And so in reading that record, it seems like that's the likely one that he was at.
December 16th, on your objective findings, you note that her mood was depressed, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean? Did she just say, I'm depressed, or did she give you symptoms? I mean, you checked the little box.
Yeah, it means she's saying that she's depressed.
Okay, so you're the doctor. You checked the little box. What did your patient tell you about her symptoms that she was depressed on that date? Was she crying? Was she able to get out of bed? Was she worshiping at the porcelain god? What was going on in her life?
She said she was having a really tough time.
Her affect was flat, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed, you check it off twice. One under mood and one under affect, right?
Yes.
And then at the next page, it says recent lab work. That wouldn't be blood testing, would it? I mean, does Asta do blood testing?
We don't have a phlebotomist or a lab, no.
Well, why does it say recent lab work typed into your form when you check off the little boxes?
And that's something that auto-populates. It's a template that,
It's a
you know,
what?
many different, it's a template. The whole note is something that psychiatrists or at, you know, probably all across the country use.
Probably. You can't diagnose someone's illness by a template, can you?
No,
You filled in, no lab results were found, right?
there were none in the computer. Yes, I didn't type that in though. It
So who typed it in?
auto-populated. It was auto-populated.
So on the next page where it talks about symptom goals, treatment goals, I'm sorry, symptom reduction and improve functioning. What does that mean?
Symptom reduction is to have fewer mental health symptoms, and improved functioning means, you know, improved, you know, day-to-day life functioning, you know, things that she's doing in her daily life.
Really? Did you tell her all that? You get a young woman that's obviously mentally ill, very sick. She's deteriorating, whether you like that word or it's automatically imported. What, on that date, did you do? Never mind all those words you just said. What did you tell her on the television or the computer?
I told her to go to the partial hospitalization program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts again, or felt like she was at risk of hurting herself or anybody else, that she should go immediately to the emergency room.
How long did that meeting take?
Probably about 30 minutes.
And was that the therapy that you provided, telling her to go to the emergency room?
I mean, that was probably a component.
So the plan, excuse me, on December 16th was to follow up with women and infants, right?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know when?
I don't know exactly the day. Shortly after.
Then you were considering a brexanolone or brexanolone infusion, right?
That's the Zilresso.
That's the same thing in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Okay. And that didn't go anywhere, right? That's the end of that. It says start Lamictal, 25 milligrams daily, right?
Yes.
Continue Seroquel, right? What was the milligram for the Seroquel up to at this point?
Well, she had told me it was 200.
Well,
That
was
was
it? Was it?
I did not write that prescription, so that's what her provider had prescribed her.
Okay, so you can ask somebody to show me the pill bottle. You can ask somebody to show me the CVS receipt. You can ask somebody that you can call to verify, right?
I could.
Yeah. But anyway, she said that she was on Seroquel 200 milligrams, right? And had stopped with the Valium, right?
Yes.
And then you go on with that form thing saying if you have urges to harm yourself or others, you got to call 911, crisis hotlines and everything else, right? That's the next two paragraphs that are in that report, right?
Yes.
Was her mother and father still staying with her on December 16th, if you know, with Pat and the kids?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody other than her how she was doing?
I asked her husband when he was at the appointment.
Yeah, that's the other appointment. How about now? We're talking December 16th into the month of December. Did you ever ask anyone how she was doing?
Well, I think he was at that visit.
You think he was at the visit? How did he tell? What did he say to you about how she was doing?
He said she wasn't doing well.
She's got an objection.
Objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He said she wasn't doing well.
Anything else?
Yeah. He felt that it might have been, his opinion was that it was related to when she started the Seroquel.
And he basically said you guys are turning her into a zombie, right?
Objection.
Were those his words?
I don't have that written. He may have said that.
Does that kind of hit you though? You might remember that. You might have been, as some people worry about suicide, you might be thinking in your brain that he did say, returning her into a zombie. Possible.
It's very possible.
Excuse me. Next meeting after the December 16th, was it? Is it
Yes.
December 16th? Is that what we were just on?
Yes.
Okay. The next meeting was January 6th.
Yes.
Okay. And how does this happen? Does the patient call? I know you don't set up these appointments. Somebody has to deal with somebody in administration or whatever. But do you, like on December 16th, say to Lindsay, call me or set up an appointment for January 6th, or do they have to do it themselves?
So at the end of an appointment, I typically will schedule their next appointment.
So did you schedule January 6th?
I think that one she scheduled herself.
Yeah, that was the day after she got out of McLean, right?
Yeah, usually the hospital coordinates the discharge appointment.
Well, if I tell you that, in fact, the hospital told her to set up the appointment, and that within an hour, she set up the appointment. Is that in your notes?
It's not in my notes, no.
Do you remember that? That was a pretty big deal that she was in McLean, locked wards for 4.5 days, right?
Yes.
And she's your patient, and she's really gone downhill bad, right?
Yeah, she wasn't doing well.
And she admitted herself to the locked wards at McLean, right?
Yes.
And what was the diagnosis at McLean?
I believe they diagnosed her with major depression.
Did they recommend any medication?
They took her off of the Seroquel.
They took her
Off of it.
off. Okay. So did you look at the McLean records?
Yes, definitely.
And those were imported easily because you're part of the same structure or whatever?
No, but after someone is hospitalized, the hospital usually faxes it to their doctor.
All right, so if I tell you that the McLean records are really pretty voluminous, that's not what they faxed. They faxed you like a 2-page discharge summary, right?
Yes.
You didn't get that by fax, right?
No.
So what did McLean tell you? Look in your notes.
Which part do you want me to read?
Did you ever have her sign a release from McLean? Did you ever get access to the McLean records?
I had access to the discharge summary.
Okay, so put the discharge summary aside because that's what they faxed you, a couple of pages. What about the records?
No, but that's typically not
No,
done.
never mind typically. The answer is no. You never got the records, right?
A discharge summary is a record.
Did you talk to the doctor that discharged her?
No, no one called me.
No what?
No one called me. I wasn't notified about the hospitalization until she was discharged.
So you just sit there behind your computer and wait for people, Patrick, wait for the doctor from McLean, wait for the sick person who's the patient to call you? And if these people don't call you, it doesn't exist apparently, right?
No, not exactly. I had no way of knowing she was even at McLean.
Well, you did once she got discharged, right?
Yeah, but that was after the fact.
Right. So did you care why she was in McLean?
Of course,
And why was she in McLean?
because she was depressed.
And what was the Does your record indicate that she was discharged yesterday under interval history?
Yes.
And discharged from where?
Well, I said MGH.
Is that Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And she was currently on trazodone?
Yes.
She indicated that the goal was to come off Seroquel,
Yes.
and she described herself as still being very numb.
Yes.
She couldn't sleep, right?
That's not entirely true.
Am I lying? I'm reading the medical records here. Sleep, taking Ativan and trazodone, slept 5 hours broken, wondering about increasing trazodone and switching to Valium. What does that mean?
Well, it means she was having trouble sleeping. It wasn't that she wasn't sleeping at all.
Ah, I see. Okay. So was the trazodone increased at that point?
Yes. Yes.
How about on January 9th? Did you see her through the computer or whatever then?
Yes.
And did you prescribe medication to her on that date?
Yes.
And was that diazepam?
Yes.
14 count, 1 milligram? No, I'm sorry. 14 count, 5 milligrams.
That sounds right.
Okay. Did you also, on January 12th, 3 days after January 9th meeting, prescribe additional medication to her?
I'm not sure. I don't have a record from January 12th.
Do you recall on January 12th that in fact you prescribed trazodone 150 milligrams, 30 count?
Yes.
3 days later, or a couple of days later, January 16th, you recall prescribing amitriptyline.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
It's a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does a tricyclic antidepressant mean?
Well, it's an older antidepressant. It's called a tricyclic because it has 3 rings. If you look at the chemical itself, like a tricycle, but it's an older but efficacious medicine for depression and anxiety as well as insomnia.
On January 16th, look at your interval history. She indicated to you that her mood was very low, no motivation,
Yes.
numb,
Yes.
able to force herself out of bed, taking care of basics, eating, concentration fine, caring for baby, bonding feels forced. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Through the computer, right?
Yes.
What did that tell you? Were you concerned about this woman postpartum well within the year from the CDC at that point with these symptoms that she's telling you about?
I was concerned that she was depressed.
And in all of the times that you spoke to her, you'd agree with me that she appeared to be honest and forthright, telling you what she felt, right?
That's what I thought she was, yes.
Do you have any reason to think that she was lying to you?
No.
Diazepam taper on January 16th, 5 milligrams last 2 nights, slept for 4 hours, and then a light sleep, maybe 2 hours, stretches. Did she express that she was still having concerns about side effects from medications?
Not at that point.
So what does ROS mean under interval history that we're looking at?
Review of symptoms.
Okay. And then it says patient denies SIHI, that'd be suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
Denies other questions or concerns, and you recommend a low dose of amitriptyline for depression, correct?
Yes.
Patient agrees with the treatment, and you guys were also going to explore ketamine treatment. Esketamine.
Yes.
Now, did you know that she was on her computer looking up medication after medication after medication after medication, treatments, ketamine treatments, and all that? Did you know that?
No.
Did you ever ask her whether or not she was looking up the symptomology of pharmacology and having interactions between drugs?
No.
January 23rd, you had that meeting, correct, with her?
Yes.
And this is after, obviously, excuse me, the January 16th appointment. And in the January 16th appointment, she told you that her mood was very low, and that's the worst that she ever reported her mood to you. Isn't that right?
On the 16th?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the worst it was ever reported, but it was certainly bad.
And you didn't recommend that she have a hospital evaluation, did you? This is the day before she killed the kids, right?
The 23rd?
Yeah.
It was the day before.
You didn't recommend a hospital evaluation, did you?
No, there were no,
The answer is no?
no.
They'll ask you all the questions they want. Your answer is no. January 23rd, Friday, you testified that she said her mood was depressed, and you noted that her affect was depressed and flat, right?
Yes.
She also reported that her heart was racing, right?
Yes.
She had no motivation, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she had been feeling, numb and no emotion for 17 days straight, is what she told you, right?
I'm not sure about 17 days straight, but that's how she was feeling.
You didn't reach out to her mother and father at that point? They didn't call you, I guess, right?
No.
And Patrick couldn't call you at that point, right?
No.
So she's sitting in front of her computer, getting help from her doctor on January 23rd. And what did you do?
Well, I thought about how I could best help her, the medicines that she tried and what her current symptoms were. And it made sense to slowly titrate the amitriptyline so that we could get her to a dose that reduced her depression so that she would feel better.
It increased the amitriptyline.
Yes.
That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?
I don't think so.
That's all I have.
Mr. Chair, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this time, all right?
Court, all right. Sure, please find your closing notebook. This way.
Chair is ready for the quorum is closed in session.
Doc, you need. Stan, Council, anything we need to discuss before the break?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. So we'll be recessed on this matter.
Hold on.
Okay, they're going off to their lunch break. I imagine it'll last an hour. It's 12:50, 12:58 now, so probably back about what I didn't hear what he said, like 2. So this is so outrageous. The amount of medications they have this poor woman buried under. It's incredible. It's incredible. While we're waiting on the break, I'm going to move us over. We were watching. I hear something though. Hold on a second. Maybe it's this. Yeah, they're talking in the courtroom. Okay, but I want to leave it playing so that when it pops back on, I know that they're back. So I'm going to leave that going. And we're going to come over, and we were watching this scandal. And they were talking about the 6 conspiracies swirling in the Lindsay Clancy case so far. So while we're waiting on the breaks, I thought we would take us over and get us updated and do some more research on the case, because this is day 1 for me on this case, covering it. I'm getting together some other content creators that want to join me. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. If you guys could be sure to give this live a thumbs up, I really, really appreciate it. And if you like my content, please subscribe.
Concerned about as a psychiatrist if a person was expressing homicidal ideation.
I would be concerned about that as a psychiatrist.
And in fact, in this case, you knew at least about the suicidal ideation that she had been expressing, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know about any homicidal ideation she was expressing, right?
So this is another doctor that is on the stand. To me, these doctors just are insufferable. They're gaslighting. Can you imagine being their client? And I've said, so my background is I have a BA in social psych. I've worked in the social services field for a long time. I have some autoimmune issues, so I'm not currently doing that right now. But I also, because of autoimmune issues and pain issues, I've really suffered. It really has made my mental health take a hit. So I've not only been where the doctors and the nurses and the social workers are, but I've also been on the other side where I've been the patient, and I cannot even, I have severe trauma from being a patient, and I can't even imagine. It wasn't even as bad as what she is going through. So I'm angry.
From the records or
prior
from...
to coming to see you for 20 minutes?
Okay.
I knew that there was an event that had occurred and that...
3 children died. That's the event you're referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Next question.
Do you have any memory of any police officers being outside the room where she was laying in that bed?
I knew she was in custody, and generally in custody...
No, not generally. Let's talk about Lindsay Clancy.
I can't recall.
Okay. Did you know that she couldn't even have visitors in the sense that the police would not even let her mother or father visit with her?
I can't recall.
Did you know that when you were dealing with her, was she handcuffed to the side of the gurney or the stretcher?
She had a soft restraint, according to my documentation.
Soft restraints, okay.
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with the police at all?
No.
And after you spoke to her for 20 minutes, that really ended your involvement with Lindsay Clancy until today, right?
That is correct.
Later, a witness seems to make an objection on her own behalf. The defense asked General Surgeon Dr. Christina Carpio about Lindsay's low body temperature and the treatment to correct it.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No. About 3 minutes later, jurors heard this exchange.
As far as being hypertensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
I just object to the line of questioning? The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the victim. Go through each and every injury is not as.
No, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore.
I mean, look at the shit look on her face. Like, if she could just spew shit at that man, she would. I just can't. I'm like triggered. So sorry, guys. I'll try not to swear. But just look at the little look on her face. I can't even.
Hospital.
The way the Commonwealth called the witnesses seems to be to construct a timeline. Lindsay was first taken to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth after the jump and slit of her wrists and throat. But it was quickly determined her injuries were just too severe and she needed to be transported to Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. Once there, she received immediate care and observation.
Were you aware that?
Okay, so her injuries were just too severe. But just earlier today, we found out that which, I mean, the prosecution has to do what the prosecution has to do, but they're trying to act like her injuries weren't even that severe. So she wasn't even really trying to take the exit plan. She was just being the drama queen that she is. Shut that woman up.
She was on what's called a 1-to-1.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means patient usually can't be left alone, and also depending, you always have to have somebody outside the room to monitor the patient.
And is that because that patient has been identified as a potential suicide risk?
Yes.
She was first treated on January 24th, 2023. And by January 26th, she was finally able to communicate. And this is something the Commonwealth highlighted.
While she was still intubated, did you have a system that you could use to communicate with her?
Yes, board. We have a whiteboard or clipboard that sometimes patients can write on.
Did you observe her to utilize that whiteboard to write on it?
Yes.
And at this point, when she's writing on the board, her eyes are open and she's responsive.
Yes.
And she's able to tell you how she's feeling, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say she used that whiteboard to tell you she was confused and that she couldn't feel her lower extremities.
Yes.
On this particular night, the second, she made a request of you for her lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Was that something she had asked you before?
No.
And so did you think it was something worth noting?
Yes.
Why would you note something like that?
Because that was the first time she referred to anything going on with the case. So
okay. And so you had the occasion after she was extubated to have some casual conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
And this was not a conversation you'd had before?
No.
What did you do when she made that request? What was your response?
I sent what we call a consult to the social worker in order to coordinate reaching out to her lawyer.
The Commonwealth pointed out during this time, Lindsay also asked for a change in her healthcare proxy.
Yeah, she was saying that her parents are quite supportive to her, and that she was thinking that she would have to change her healthcare proxy from her husband to somebody else. And we didn't necessarily go into the reasons as to why she would have to change it, but she explained that she was very close with her parents. They would see each other frequently, given that they lived in close geographic proximity, and that she felt that they were very supportive to her and would have her best interests in mind should we need to invoke the healthcare proxy, or that if she couldn't make her own medical decisions.
So was there a concern on her part that her husband wouldn't have her best interest in mind at that point in time?
Sustained.
The defense used this opportunity to point out Lindsay's request for a DNR.
You made reference to the fact that she was changing her documents as far as healthcare proxy.
Yes.
Did you know anything? Did you know who she was changing it from, her husband to her mother and father, or did you know anything about the specifics?
She was changing it from Patrick to her parents.
Thank you. And finally, what is a DNR?
DNR means do not resuscitate.
Do you know what her DNR was?
Her code status was full at the time that I took care of her.
Do you recall that she had indicated repeatedly that she wanted a DNR, that she did not want to be resuscitated if an emergency arose?
I was not privy to that knowledge.
And just a note, this cross-exam of this witness reminded me of a specific soundbite from opening statements.
Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die.
The defense has done a great job of countering the Commonwealth. They allege Lindsay was of sound mind at the time of these alleged murders, citing that she sounded normal on the phone when she called for takeout and that Patrick wasn't concerned leaving her home alone. But the defense asked the prosecution's own witness about postpartum psychosis, and the response is important.
You're familiar with the concept of postpartum psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And you know that people can communicate and plan and act on plans, even if they're in the middle of a psychosis, right?
Yes.
You don't have to be drooling and stumbling and unable to walk and talk to be in a psychosis, do you?
No.
So in other words, a person can be in a psychosis and can communicate to friends, family, people, talk, correct?
The defense has long pointed to postpartum psychosis and an alleged cocktail of medications that Lindsay was prescribed leading up to the children's deaths. And this was talked about at length this week, and a multitude of records were shown as exhibits. If you want to see exactly what the jury is seeing, taking a deeper dive into all the exhibits and documents, we've got just the place. Because behind every major scandal is a paper trail the public rarely gets to see. If you haven't heard yet, you can go beyond the headlines with case files on the Law and Crime Plus app. This is where you get direct access to the raw evidence, uncensored body cam recordings, crime scene images, video recordings of interrogations, and
Had been seeing psychiatrists immediately prior to her suicide attempt, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that she had been prescribed a number of drugs by these various psychiatrists, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, was she prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
Valium? Was she prescribed buspirone, otherwise known as Vanspar?
Yes.
About Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And what is Wellbutrin? Is that an antidepressant?
It is an antidepressant.
Hydroxyzine. What is hydroxyzine?
It can be used for a number of reasons, but for psychiatric purposes, it's often used as an anti-anxiety medication.
And Klonopin.
Yes.
Is hydroxyzine, is that a, strike that. Klonopin.
And I've heard Ativan, and we heard Seroquel. I mean, oh.
That's a benzodiazepam, right?
That's correct.
And then lamotrigine.
Yep, lamotrigine.
Lamotrigine, sorry.
Yes.
What type of medication is that? Is that a mood stabilizer?
It is, yeah. It's also an anti-seizure medication, but in the psychiatric realm, it's used as a mood stabilizer.
And then we talked about Prozac. That's an SSRI, correct?
Correct.
And what's Remeron?
Also an antidepressant.
So in addition to all of the drugs that I had mentioned, she was also prescribed Remeron, correct?
Correct.
She was also prescribed Seroquel or quetiapine.
Yeah, quetiapine, yes.
Quetiapine, okay. And what is Seroquel?
So Seroquel is an antipsychotic medication.
And she was prescribed, as we already talked, trazodone. Was she also prescribed amitriptyline?
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older antidepressants. It's a tricyclic antidepressant that can often be used to help with sleep, but also mood.
And Ambien, correct?
Correct.
And Zolpidem.
Yep, Zolpidem is the generic name of Ambien.
Oh, okay. Some of these drugs, they also have what's called a suicide warning or a black box warning. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah. So in studies that have been done, some of them show that especially after starting an antidepressant, it can increase someone's risk of suicidality. Many of those studies showed that it was mostly in adolescents and young adults, but it can happen in adults as well.
And Celexa was also a drug. Is that an SSRI too?
It is.
And all of these drugs that we just went through were all prescribed from September, end of September till January.
Yes, September 2022.
4-month period.
Yes.
It's an awful lot of drugs to be prescribed in 4 months, isn't it?
Sustained.
That's a good explainer of the drugs Lindsay had been prescribed. And you can decide whether it's an awful amount of drugs to be prescribed in 4 months or not. But I also have to note this point that was made by the Commonwealth.
Doctor, all those drugs that defense counsel just listed, you're aware she wasn't on all of those drugs at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And did you know that many of those drugs she took a very small amount of? Some she didn't take any pills at all?
I was not aware of that.
And just when you thought all of this was over, here comes Kevin Reddington back.
They didn't even bother to taper her. A 4-month period? All of those? They didn't give it time for anything to work. That's insane. 4 months. I didn't even, it's over, what? It's almost 10. I don't know. We'll have to go back and count.
for recross.
A normal person could have, as counsel said it. How about a person that at the same time can't sleep because the insomnia is so bad they go 48 hours without sleep? Is that something to be considered in the whole evaluation?
Yes.
How about the fact that the person saying that my brain is broken and that they can't concentrate, they can't think? Is that something that the person you would consider in conjunction with the messy garage and the exercise?
Yes.
Thoughts of hurting themselves, suicidal ideation, that's something that's important to evaluate?
Yes.
Homicidal ideation, telling your husband that you're having thoughts about hurting your children, that's something you consider, isn't it?
Yes.
In reference to counsel's comment about just 3 medications that she was on prior to trying to commit suicide, you're not aware of the doctors telling her to discontinue this medication, start a new medication, go on to a different medication, depending on the doctor. You're not aware of that, right?
No.
And finally, if you know, did she sign a DNR, do not resuscitate?
She asked to the day after the first evaluation that I did of her, which was the capacity assessment to change her healthcare proxy. But in the context of her reporting a serious suicide attempt, we did not change her code status. We continued to chat with her about that. And she ultimately came to the conclusion that it made sense to make sure that her mental health was stable before she considered her code status.
Okay, but her initial reaction or her conversations with you all was that she wanted to have a do not resuscitate status.
Correct.
So what about Lindsay's alleged postpartum psychosis? One doctor testified for the prosecution she didn't see symptoms.
Would it be fair that some of the obvious signs of psychosis would be someone whose thoughts are disorganized, that their thinking isn't linear, that they're not making sense, things like word salad where they're just throwing in words, making sentences that don't make sense?
So you describe symptoms that we can see in people with serious mental illness who have a psychotic disorder with active symptoms.
And you didn't see any of that with Ms. Clancy, is that correct?
Not in that snapshot moment of time.
But again, context is important.
So I saw her, she had only been in the hospital for a day and a half.
Right.
And I hadn't heard about any psychotic delusions.
And that's
from anybody.
what you saw though. I mean, as far as you, like how often would you see her?
I see. I saw her one time.
Once. Okay. How long were you evaluating her?
Probably because she was intubated, it was very.
Just asking how long?
About 20 to 30 minutes.
20 minutes, 30 minutes? And a psychosis, is a psychosis, to your knowledge, something that has to continue or does it stop?
It absolutely depends on the patient. It depends on their age, how many episodes of psychosis they have had. It depends on the type of psychosis we're seeing. For some people, they can have moments of clarity, absolutely. And for some, it can be more continuous. It really depends on the patient and their illness.
But Lindsay's journals give us a closer look into the alleged psychosis.
Those first few pages, just highlighting page 1, you reviewed these handwritten entries. And at some point in this paragraph, it says, obsessed with his sleep and nap schedule, like to the minute. Says hearing him cry for 1+ hours and not intervening just about killed me. I even said the words, I want to die to Pat while he was crying. After that, I became obsessed with his sleep and nap schedule, like to the minute. That's one of the entries you reviewed and noted.
That would also drive him around for car naps for hours every day, feeling guilty for doing this to my baby. Do you recall making that notation?
Yes.
I also feel guilty we did it too young, parenthesis, 1 week shy of 4 months, end parenthesis, right?
Correct.
You also noted in your report that I also, quote, I also feel like I did it wrong because I did it when he was overtired, so I made it harder. I now have horrible insomnia and anxiety, which is causing depression. I have no appetite. I don't know what's wrong with me. I want help. I want to be well. You saw that in there, didn't you?
Yes.
And then she went on and said, I think the anxiety started after sleep training. Doctor said it was okay to let him cry. I need to get a good night's sleep and take care of him, rocking him to sleep every nap in bed in the middle of the night. She noted that, right?
Yes.
Noting further in separate occasion, he's still a very happy baby despite his sleep training. Why I feel guilty is not really hitting his milestones, not rolling over, although he almost is, exclamation point. And he's babbling, which is a new milestone. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
She wrote, I have crazy brain fog. I feel like I can't make a plan. I can't carry it out. like I just live moment to moment, waiting for the next nap time. I'm terrified of Cal getting overtired now because I feel I can't help him. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
She then wrote, I'm really worried about going back to work and not being able to function with the brain fog. I feel like I should start with a 4-hour shift and see how I do. I can't tell if I am withdrawing from Ativan and Benadryl, or is this my new baseline? I feel completely disconnected with my baby. I feel like I'm going through the motions every day. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And there were a number of other entries that you put in your police report about that. One of which was that I feel horribly guilty about my marriage. I want to connect with Pat again. I know he needs it. I need it. I'm terrified because I'm terrified of the relationship. She needs to get birth control first. She made reference to her inability to have conjugal relations with her husband, right?
I believe so.
She indicated further on into her travels, I am completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I'm terrified of Callan getting sick. He's a sick baby. A sick baby is miserable. He's sick now with a double ear infection. Clearly has a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long.
The journal entries became a point of conversation once again when the Commonwealth called the Clancy's former nanny to the stand.
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
Again, this goes back to the opening statements and the allegation brought forth by the Commonwealth.
And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her.
Is the Commonwealth alleging Lindsay was such a helicopter parent, no one could parent like she could? That's why she left the nanny those intense notes and directions? It's possible, but on cross, the nanny made a startling revelation.
For example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed the time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it, and then Callan up at 10:45. And then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
The nanny went on to say,
did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
Not at all. She was a wonderful mom.
And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
at this point, my photographer in the courtroom told me the jurors literally took note, writing in their notebooks after the nanny announced that Lindsay was a good mom. And here's where we have to get to the internet discourse. Was Patrick a good dad? Now, I'm not here to make any judgments, but online, we're hearing a lot about Patrick being a bad father or husband. For example, prior to the children's deaths, Lindsay was taken to a mental health facility in Rhode Island. That same day, Patrick made kind of a confusing move.
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
Some online point out it's a little odd to have a fun day in the snow with your son when your wife is essentially being institutionalized.
I mean, it's a little odd to be remarried at your ex-wife's I mean, she's only the ex-wife because she unalived all your kids. That's a little weird. There's a lot of little weirdness with Patrick, with Pat.
Others point to the fact that he left for New York in the months leading up to the murders. They speculate that Patrick may have been having an affair.
You mentioned that you went to New York.
You don't say. He's already remarried. There's a child in the home. I haven't figured out if it's his or hers or whatever, but there's another child in his home or children. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. I haven't been able to figure it out yet. And he's already remarried and he's at his wife's trial for unaliving, and it hasn't even been what has it been, 3.5 years? There was a big thing over on my YouTube. I think it's been 3.5 years. So people were giving me a hassle because I said 3 years and I didn't say 3.5. Like when you say I'm 20 years old, but you're really 20.5, years old, do you say I'm 20 years old and 5 months? No, you don't do that. But anyway, I digress.
In November of 2022, defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And so
yeah, I've heard they've had a baby, and then I've also heard that she had a 3-year-old. So I got to figure it out. I don't want to say too much about it, but I promise you, I will figure it out.
When you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
All of this is unsubstantiated. We don't have necessarily proof on this, but some people point to the fact that Patrick Clancy is remarried to a woman who some say looks a lot like Lindsay just 3.5 years after the deaths. And it's kind of shocking. For example, leading up to this trial, I got this DM from a viewer. It says, "Did you know Patrick Clancy has remarried? And she is my niece and looks just like Lindsay. He's trying to move on with his life." Another commented on one of my video podcasts and wrote, "He married his affair partner shortly after." Now, it's been widely reported that Patrick's new wife is Dr. Rachel Danis, specializing in infertility, living in New York. And a lot of people online are drawing the connection to Patrick's trip to New York ahead of the children's death and the fact that he now lives in New York with his new wife. And to be clear,
Imagine.
I also live in Massachusetts, where Patrick lived at the time. Long Crime is based in New York. So I go to New York a couple times a year for work, and it's relatively close. It's not crazy to make this trip. But on the counter, it's also possible something else is happening here. I mean,
But on the counter, is it crazy to assume that just before all of this happened, he made the trip? I mean, I've heard some detectives say there are no coinky dinks in these cases. Have you ever heard that? I've heard it. There's a lot of quinky dinks in this case. But yeah, okay.
if we look at Lindsay's journal entries alone, it's possible her relationship with Patrick was rocky as 2022 came to a close.
And there were a number of other entries that you put in your police report about that. One of which was that I feel horribly guilty about my marriage. I want to connect with Pat again. I know he needs it. I need it. I'm terrified because I'm terrified of the relationship. She needs to get birth control first. She made reference to her inability to have conjugal relations with her husband, right?
I believe so.
Again, just to play devil's advocate here, some couples do take a hot second before getting physical again after a woman gives birth. That's somewhat normal. But
also to play devil's advocate for a hot second, why is it on her to get back onto birth control? Why can't Patrick strap one on? His little winky. Why can't Patrick take the reins of the birth control for a hot second while her body recovers? Why aren't people asking these questions?
Is worth noting that Lindsay discussed all of this, the lack of intimacy, in her journal. And that leads to the wide speculation that Patrick was, in fact, a bad father. Now, I don't
know. The lack of intimacy is a sure sign, usually, of an affair. But, okay.
Patrick Clancy. I do not want to make that determination. He's someone who's obviously going through a lot, something none of us can imagine.
I get what she's trying to do, because me just even mentioning this face over on Facebook, he's got defenders that are like, oh, he's a grieving man. Oh, you're not being factual. Oh, this, oh, that. I am a YouTuber. I am commentary. I state my opinion. If you want factual, go to, whatever page you think is factual. But I'm going to say how I feel with my background, with my own personal experiences, and with my gut female instincts.
But just take a look at a couple comments made by viewers. This is an example of one of my recent podcast appearances. It reads, "Hold on. You're telling me that this man is not there every single day of the murder trial for his children?" Which is true. Patrick has only been there on the days he's testified. Otherwise, he hasn't been in the gallery for any of the rest of the trial. And then there was the inconsistency in the security camera video. The day that Lindsay Clancy killed the children, Patrick was sent to CVS to pick up some stool softener for Cora before heading to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth to pick up dinner for him and Lindsay. And here's the security camera video of him inside the CVS. That's where he went first. And you can see Patrick is wearing what appears to be a half zip and then brown boots. When he arrives at the 3V restaurant just a couple minutes later, it appears as though he's wearing different shoes, this time tennis shoes, and a full zip jacket. And people are talking about this. Again, on my same podcast appearance, one person wrote, he wore different shoes and possibly clothes in the surveillance footage at CVS and the restaurant. This same
The Karen Reed trial in Massachusetts. I'm really starting to, well, I mean, what am I saying? The whole world is corrupt. So I should just say I'm really awake now. How about that?
Commenter points out her fingerprints weren't found on the murder weapons, which, by the way, is true.
But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
But all this together has led some people to ask, I'm wondering if he did it. And I'm not saying
But
that
if all of these people came on the witness stand and said that, they wouldn't be able to gaslight and do all this double speak to make her look really guilty, because that's their narrative. And they're going to use their word salad to turn things around and to put their propaganda out there. And in the past, it would have worked, but the world is waking up. It's waking up. And I dare say women are really pissed off.
But I am saying there are a lot of questions. For instance, why would Patrick change his clothes? And what was going on in his marriage then and now? Let's bring on today's guest to talk all of this and more. It's TikTok sensation Elena True Crime. Thank you so much for coming on Scandal with us today, Elena. It's so good to see you.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you are the one who has the pulse on all of these conspiracy theories, what people have really been latching onto. So I'm just going to start by asking for some insight. What has shocked you the most that you've seen online?
I think what has shocked me the most is the conspiracy theories towards Patrick, or any blame going towards him in terms of what he could have possibly been involved with. I've seen so many different theories with his shoes and all sorts of things that online kind of sleuths are getting into.
Okay, that's such a great point. The shoes are everywhere. And this, we talk about it in our Scandal episode. It's that when he went into CVS, he's wearing what looks like boots. And then when he goes to the 3V restaurant, he looks like he's wearing tennis shoes. And maybe he changed his jacket between all of this. And just the Massachusetts.
Did they ask him why he did all of this? I bet they didn't even ask him. I bet they didn't even notice it. Did they ask him? I don't think they did, but I could be wrong.
Massachusetts native in me. I'm not a Massachusetts native. The Massachusetts person who lives here now in me is thinking, okay, what if his shoes got wet? Like, what if the boots got wet from the snow and that's why he changed? Like, what are people saying about the shoes and the
Scandy, whatever your name is? I don't, why wouldn't it, what is her name? Sierra. Why wouldn't they ask that?
Maybe coat changing.
They're thinking that it points to some type of guilt in him. But me as well, I live in New York. I've lived in New York my whole
But why didn't they ask him? Why didn't they ask him? Why didn't the prosecutor look at it? Well, maybe, maybe the defense will. I don't know.
Her life, we have terrible winters. So what I think is that he just changed his shoes because of the snow, because they got wet. Something similar to what you're thinking. I'm not thinking anything nefarious on Patrick's part.
And I mean, from what I've seen, prosecutors
Definitely.
and the defense attorney question him. They talked a little bit.
I mean, this is a good point. Lularu says, as a person who barely escaped an abusive relationship, I believe abuse happens in many different ways. Neglect is abuse. Well, he not only abused his wife with neglect, but he abused his dead children, and he's not even being held responsible for it. And what was that other case where the mother drowned all her kids in the bathtub and everyone knew she was sick and the husband left her alone and was at work? Like, I think if it were a woman and she left her husband alone with the kids and she knew he was doing this, they would come for her. They're using a flock camera to go after a woman who had a supposed abortion. 72 flock cameras to find one woman. I don't, anyway. Whew. Let's get back into it.
About the investigation, and I know investigators did speak with him, but there weren't any charges brought
Andrea
against Patrick.
Yates,
For all
thank
I've
you.
heard, I don't think Patrick is going to be
Andrea Yates. Did we not learn from Andrea Yates? No, we didn't. Because here we are.
called again. Do you have any indication that he'd be called again?
No indication that he would be called again. I believe his testimony that he gave in those first couple of days of trial were everything that he was going to get.
Okay, so he's not going to be called again, and nobody asked him why he changed his clothes. Nobody asked him in a major murder trial why he changed his clothes. God, I'm trying not to swear. I'm honked off.
I understand that he came off flat. He came off a little emotionless, right? But when I was watching your previous episode of Scandal, you had talked about how your photographer had seen him cry during breaks or had heard the 911 call and called his scream a primal roar. So I think there's a lot that people aren't seeing behind the scenes. We're not able to hear that 911 call and hear the emotion. And I think people are just wondering how he has so little emotion on the stand when talking about something so tragic.
I think that's a great point that a lot of people are saying, why wasn't he breaking down during testimony? He's talking about his children.
I mean, you can't really fault a person for how they react in situations like this because you just never know how you're going to react. Like, you think you're going to react one way and you're like, why am I reacting this way? I just never really thought this would be me, right? In stressful situations. So I'm not going to even say how he reacted on the stand, but the fact that he's not in the trial in the courtroom just on his days, the fact that he's remarried, that there could possibly be another child in the house, the fact that he changed his clothes and nobody asked him, why did you change your clothes? These are all things that are patterns. It's just not like one coinky dink. It's one right after another. So I don't think it's so shocking that people are looking at you, Patrick. I don't think it's shocking.
Who have allegedly been murdered, at the very least were strangled. The defense isn't even saying that they weren't. They were strangled. And most of the time we just see him with his, responses that are very flat, as you put it, not very emotion impacted. And yet, you're right, my photographer did say he's breaking down at sidebars. He asked to leave during the 911 call. This is very emotional. And something—
Well, I'm sure Lindsay broke down during the 911. Well, no, wait. What was it, the 911 call or the pictures? I don't remember which one. And then they wanted to shut her up.
I've seen too. Tell me if your viewers have pointed this out. They were questioning why Patrick hasn't been there every single day because, of course, after all of this happened, he came out on that GoFundMe page and said, essentially, Lindsay is my wife. This isn't her.
Before we get into the whys, I'm sure there's just a perfectly reasonable explanation. Let's listen to it. Sorry, I'm really sarcastic. This is why I have not been streaming because I don't know how people are handling the world, but I'm handling it where I was going through shock and now I'm going through my anger phase. I'm peed off. And I don't know what to do about it, right? I'm in that anger phase where I am awake. I know what's happening. What do you do? This is what I'm doing.
Having a mental break. That's why this happened. And now, so he showed support, but now he hasn't been in the courtroom. Has anybody been talking about that?
Oh yeah. People are in my DMs. People who don't even follow true crime are calling me, family members. This is getting a really broad viewership, and people find that as guilt, but I truly find it as this has been his life every day since January 24th, 2023.
I just choose, I see her as a pick-me. As a pick-me for the patriarchy. So let me explain to you exactly why they're doing this, because there's a reason. There's a reason. Lindsay's reason isn't a valid reason. They have her drugged up to high heaven. But but Patrick, he's a victim. There's a reason. There's a reason, you guys. Just listen. Just listen to the reason.
He's told this story to Massachusetts State Police, investigators. I'm sure he's had some type of mental health counseling. That's a guess, but he's lived this every day. So I think when he
Poor
came to the stand,
Patrick.
he was just going to give just facts, right?
Thank God he's remarried in the arms of a new woman. Poor Patrick.
Giving anything more than he needs to. He's not being in the courtroom for Lindsay more than he needs to, because it does seem, in my opinion, there is a bit of anger, right? In the beginning, I saw him I heard him saying, she's my wife. She had a mental break. She was a wonderful person. And on the stand, he said things. He said, Lindsay was a wonderful mother. She started reading to the kids at 3 months. She would bring them to music classes and make up songs for them.
So?
And then,
I know
he's
there's
not
a
in the courtroom
point.
every day. And I think that's because he's trying to move on with the part of his life he has left.
And I mean, the people who are
me, patriarchy, won't you please just pick me? I want to be chosen. I'm one of the guys.
The loudest in the comments are the keyboard warriors or the trolls. Everybody has an opinion about it. But when I see these things over and over talking about, why do we care about Patrick's mental health and all of this? I think we do have to take a step back and remember that he is a human in all of this, at the very least, that his 3 children are no longer with us. And
he's a white male that was in no way questioned about this case, because if they didn't even look in, I'm not going to yell, to his clothing change, he was not investigated.
Another critique that I've seen. So when the prosecutors asked him, explain to me, what was Cora like? What was Dawson's personality? What kind of baby was Callan? They went through step by step each kid. And I've seen some flack that he's gotten for saying, oh, Cora was a girly girl. Dawson, he liked Paw Patrol, and Callan's like,
I saw that.
I
saw one of her friends being a real bitch, a real pick-me. That's what I'm calling these ladies, because we're on social media. I'd like to call them something else, but they're being real pick-me's for the patriarchy. So they're real PMPs.
Make of that, the fact that he didn't go in depth talking about his kids? Do you think it just was too hard?
Yeah, I think it was too hard, or I think that he's not giving anything more to the prosecution than he needs to. That's my opinion. And even the defense, he's not giving a ton, but I saw him relax a little bit more with the defense, to be perfectly honest, especially with Kevin Reddington. He would thank him for giving him the opportunity to take a moment, take a breath if things got too hard. Whereas the prosecution, he was not answering anything more than what he was asked. So when the prosecution asked him, how was Cora? How was Dawson? He gave them very straight answers, because I don't think he wants to open the door being asked anything else.
And I think that's fair too, right? I mean, we saw Patrick Clancy immediately after this happened when he made the GoFundMe page. After that, it's been about 3.5 years since the children were killed. He did one interview with the New Yorker and everyone talked about that. But after that, Patrick kind of stepped out of the spotlight. He really tried to live a life in seclusion or kind of be private. And I wonder if that's really what's fueling these rumors, because people have had 3 years of silence from Patrick Clancy. He was literally called by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that he has to testify. So now he does have to open up about his world a little bit. And I'm wondering if that's just getting people going. Like, what was he doing in these past 3 years? I can't believe he got remarried. I mean, that's a huge topic of conversation, right?
A huge topic of conversation. And not to bring other cases into this, but there is a large distrust of the Massachusetts State Police since the Karen retrial. And I think that specifically plays a role in people running with conspiracy theories and people looking to Patrick, or looking to how a mother who in every single testimony has been called a wonderful mother, a loving mother. There's not been one negative word said about Lindsay.
Does that not speak to your brain that there was a mental break? If all roads lead to her being a wonderful mother, and then all of a sudden, this wonderful mother who is writing in her diary, I start coughing when I yell, who's loaded up on medication, unalives her children, does that not all lead to a mental break? Like, the woman was screaming for help, and the man left her with the kids that she was screaming for help. She was afraid. But I guess she wasn't afraid enough for these people. I guess she wasn't, every time she saw them screaming and in a psychosis, enough. It wasn't enough. What's enough? I don't know. And it's only going to get worse, you guys. Our world is only going to get worse. Our funding is being cut. So we're going to only see more and more of cases where It's happening. And that's why one of the reasons why Trump has said he's building asylums and they're putting the homeless and the mentally ill back into them, because they're not going to take care of them out here. They're just going to lock them up. So don't get homeless and don't have any mental breaks, you guys, because it's not safe.
Not from the nanny, not from people in the home every single day.
Allegedly, for entertainment purposes only. And I feel I have to say this, in my opinion. This is just my opinion.
Nothing. And even the pediatrician that had all 3 of her kids from the day they were born testified today. Nobody has anything bad to say. She called her a wonderful mother.
And you know what's so crazy is that these right now at the time.
Allegedly, of course. Of course. It doesn't allegedly surprise me, allegedly, at all. In fact, I allegedly probably could have allegedly predicted it. Ugh. But let's poor Patrick. He's going through it. Patrick's going through it. But isn't allegedly Patrick's fingerprints the only one that were allegedly found on the bands? But that's, there's no reason to show that kind of stuff according to the prosecution, because she said she did it. We don't need to show that he's the only one with the fingerprints and the blood on the bands. Oh, Lord. All right. I do wish that I wasn't awake to all of this. Like, I'm glad I am, but also it's almost too much for me.
Recording, they've been Commonwealth witnesses. So they've been called by the prosecution, not the defense. And yet, to your point, are saying she's a wonderful mom. She's a great mom. And I know for a fact, because my photographer was in the courtroom, that when this was said on the stand, all the jurors literally started writing in their notes, okay, she's a wonderful mom. They were making note of that. And I think to your point about the Karen Reed, that is such a good comparison here, because specifically when I was there for jury selection, I heard the judge really going hard talking about, okay, there are going to be state police, there are going to be troopers, there are going to be people who are in the official law enforcement capacity that will testify as experts. Are you going to be able to handle that? He was essentially asking jurors. And I kept thinking, what is going on? Why wouldn't you trust a police officer? And then I remembered, we're in Massachusetts where everyone knows Karen Reed. And so I think that's kind of in the back.
I did kind of point that out just a minute ago. So, I mean, look at her face. Look at her pick-me face. I did point that out just a few minutes ago, that, Massachusetts and the Shady Boots activity. And we can see that the Shady Boots plays over into the medical profession in Massachusetts. And then, Massachusetts really needs to get it together.
Everyone's mind here, the distrust. I think that's kind of a through line. And people have the distrust in law enforcement. They also have it in Patrick Clancy, because I have to circle back to this. Everyone is talking about this New York trip. Can you talk to me a little bit more about why this happened? This New York trip happened about 2 months before the kids were killed. What do you know about it?
So what I know is that on the stand, Patrick has talked about it as a work trip. Patrick worked for Microsoft. He worked in tech, and he said he would travel a lot prior to COVID. And then after COVID, did not travel as much. He takes a 2-night New York trip. And that is after Lindsay started having mental health struggles in September. And his new wife is based out of New York City. So there's a lot of conspiracy coming through whether or not Patrick was going to New York for work, or if he was going to work for possibly this woman, right? Because people are seeing photos of them together from 2024, early 2024, approximately. Now, when Patrick came back from New York, he immediately took Cora on a trip to San Diego. So he left Lindsay alone with the kids for an extended period of time. And Kevin Reddington extensively questioned Patrick on this, because he was like, if Lindsay said she was having thoughts of harming herself or harming the children.
He went away for a weekend on top of, he probably thought, I went away for the weekend and she was fine then. What's changed?
Why would you leave her alone for the kids? Why wouldn't she have done it on a time when she had days to do this, not 30 minutes?
I don't know, pick me. Tell us the reason. Smooth it out for Patrick.
And I do think that the defense is bringing up a great point here, because the crux of their argument is that this was a mental break, that this was a moment of psychosis. And if Patrick was really, truly worried about her, he wouldn't have left to that New York trip. He wouldn't have taken Cora to San Diego. He wouldn't have gone to CVS or 3D restaurant that fateful night in January of 2023. So I really do think that the defense is doing a good job of planting that seed over and over again. But you're right. I've seen comment after comment about people saying, was Patrick Clancy really in New York for work? Was he meeting up with his now wife at the time?
And the PMP here just won't answer it, will she?
I mean, I can draw those conclusions too, Boston to New York. However, we have to remember New York is like the biggest city in the United
Oh, I
States.
know. And what a coincidence. We just have to like discount all these coincidences where he's in New York, he's changing his clothing, he's taking somebody away and leaving her alone for a full weekend. I mean, let's just discount poor Patrick. Poor Pat, who can't even take responsibility for birth control so he can be intimate with his wife and just lets her struggle and not be with her. Why do you think he wasn't like so queued up to be with his wife? Do you think it's because he was going to New York? I do, allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only. And I'll stop doing that. But I think sometimes you need to hammer it home.
States. It's possible that he didn't even yet know her. I don't know the facts of it all.
Yeah,
but what
it's
are people
possible.
saying about that? The allegations that he had an affair. Do people hate Patrick Clancy for lack of
Tell us, PMP. You set it up so Patrick's scot-free.
better term?
I think there's a lot of misdirected hate going towards Patrick Clancy
Yes.
right now. And that's a personal opinion
Yeah.
because he is the father of one of the biggest, attempted murder suicides that we've ever seen. Right. And in terms since Andrea Yates. And I feel like people are so angry about what happened. These three beautiful children, they're watching the
They're
testimony.
angry because he wasn't even investigated. They're angry because of the inconsistencies. Okay.
Every day, and they're directing their hate towards Patrick. They're coming up with conspiracies. They're looking for any little thing to make him seem like, oh my gosh, was he having an affair? Was he doing this? Was he doing that?
Any little thing, but all these big things are pointing towards it. But just, any little thing, any little tiny thing. He's already remarried. Just any little thing to the woman that lived in the state where he took a little break to before all of this happened. Just any little thing, just nitpicking.
To give my own personal opinion, I truly
Please, PMP, give us your personal opinion. I bet I know what it is.
think that this was a busy father. I mean, Patrick was 34 at the time his children were murdered. Lindsay was 32. They had 3 kids under the age of 5, both working. I mean, Lindsay was working during her pregnancy. She wasn't working at the time, but they were, both professionals, and they were living this super busy, intense life. And I think that he was doing the best that he could. He said on the stand he hadn't heard of psychosis until Lindsay. He had no idea about postpartum psychosis or any of this stuff. He was just taking her, here and there.
He had no clue. I mean, she told him, and he probably attended some doctor's appointments, and but he had no clue. He was no clue. But if a woman was doing this, I promise you, she would have a clue, and it would all be her fault.
And I think he was doing the best he could. But long story short, I think that there's a lot of misdirected hate.
Okay,
people are
PMP.
putting their hatred towards Patrick when really it's just a very emotional situation, right?
Where I'm just really a pick me for the patriarchy. All right, you got it. I got it. You got it. Okay.
Talking about.
All right, let's stop it here because there's only a few more minutes left. If you guys want to finish this, you can, like I said, everything that we view, I put over in our YouTube show notes. Today, we're coming to you on YouTube, Facebook, and we're over on Instagram. Hi, guys. Be sure to give us love on that platform. Let me see what's happening. So they're on a lunch break. It's 1:51. They should be back pretty soon, but this is the courtroom and nothing's going on. So let's move on. I thought it would be interesting. I kind of wanted to see what other people, the analysis is going on. I have never came to this channel, but this is Defense Diaries podcast. It looks like maybe they're doing something. Let's see.
The theories, but
these are two, they look like they're two attorneys of some sort. So let's just see what they're saying.
And I want to know, it feels like a super reach, and I think that it's kind of damaging to the whole point of this case and why it's so important is to not overshadow women's mental health issues. And I think part of that is kind of coming to terms with this was her, and that's uncomfortable and it's terrible. But when we overshadow that with, well, it could have been Patrick, it kind of diminishes our goal here, which is instead of, putting the blame on someone else, it's putting the blame on the mental.
But isn't that the whole point of a trial, is that you're going to try to show doubt? So to me, to show that it's was doubt in the mental health profession and the doubt with Patrick, it's a double whammy.
The mental health, medical system, sorry.
Right.
You know?
And like, because Cam asked me about this the other day because she saw it online. She was like, what, why are all these people? And I'm like, there's not a lot of people that think that.
No,
And
there
she's-
are a lot of people that think this. Let's move on and let's go over to Emily D. Baker. I like what she usually like. Let's see what she has to say. I'll show you what I'm doing. Take you with me. Okay, let's see. Oh,
Good.
Wait a minute. I think, let's see. Oh, she's not live right now. Let me try to find the latest. Plus, that was Karen Reed. Oh, wow. That kind of looks like me. I was like, is this? I didn't realize how much I look like Emily D. Baker. Okay, let's see what she's saying. Maybe we can get a video that she popped up. I need to catch us up on Sarah Boone. Wait, why is this a year ago? Am I on her right page? She doesn't do videos anymore? That's weird. Okay. Let's see. Wait, why is she must not be covering this case? That's shocking. Is Emily okay? Because she's not even really live as much as she used to be. Is this her second page or something? The Emily D. Baker. I just need to see what. Oh, she must not. Is she not? I don't know. All right, let's not go to Emily D. Baker. What is this? Is week 3. It's day 10. I want something on today, though. By the time I find us something, they'll be back. Let's see. Today.
We'll tell you about the trial of Lindsay Clancy entering its 4th week. Clancy is the Massachusetts mother accused of killing her 3 young children inside their home in January of 2023.
Testimony in this case has been focusing heavily on Clancy's mental health in the months before those killings. And that's where we pick things up this morning with Pete Cudahy. He's in Plymouth, Massachusetts, with a look ahead of what we can expect in court today. Good morning, Pete.
Good morning, Hannah and Tom. Well, last week we heard from 2 of Clancy's psychiatrists. One of them is expected to take the stand again early this morning, and they described what she was dealing with as major depressive disorder, but they said she was not showing signs of psychosis.
And what symptoms did she report experiencing at that time?
Anxiety attacks, decreased appetite, depressed mood, easily distracted, excessive worry, guilt, unable to feel pleasure, unable to fall asleep, and racing thoughts.
That was Dr. Jennifer Tufts, who started treating Clancy via telehealth in 2022. Dr. Tufts recommended Clancy take medications and go to therapy. And on New Year's Day of 2023, Clancy voluntarily checked into a hospital. And the psychiatrist who treated her at that hospital testified that Clancy had never stated that she had any thoughts of harming anybody else.
Identified as maybe protective factors.
She was future oriented. She was clearly invested in her children. She was a caring mother.
Just weeks later, Clancy strangled her 3 children to death, the oldest being 5 years old. She also attempted to kill herself by jumping out of her 2nd-story window, leaving her partially paralyzed.
Okay, you guys, I found a good one. I found a good one for us to watch, and we'll watch it during the breaks and stuff. Annie Elise just popped one out, and it's social media labeling Patrick Clancy as Chris Watts 2.0, saying he killed his kids and framed Lindsay. So let's see what's up.
Chris Watts, and you're not.
I want you to be sure to share this content if you like it. And be sure to like it if you like it. Like it if you like it. Thanks, guys.
Tell me otherwise.
It was their father, Patrick Clancy, who discovered his children's lifeless bodies.
Lindsay Clancy is innocent, and Patrick Clancy is actually the one that committed the crime.
Saying that Patrick Clancy is responsible for the killings of his children is absolutely ridiculous.
You could just feel how the father in him was breaking.
Patrick Clancy is looking an awful lot like Chris Watts lately.
Hey, True Crime Besties. Welcome back to an all-new episode of Serialously.
I'm going to pop us forward. Again, everything that we view over in the YouTube show notes, we do this to cite our sources and for fair play use.
I put that episode on my other true crime podcast feed, 10 to Life. That came out about a week or 2 weeks ago, where I did a full deep dive into the case. But I'm sure so many of you are following the case yourselves or have heard about it. Maybe you're seeing it on social media. The trial's happening right now. And so basically, let me run you through what happened and why I'm here now again today to talk with you about new developments in this case. So first, we talked about the Lindsay Clancy case as a whole, the allegations of postpartum psychosis, the fact that she killed her 3 children using exercise bans because she was allegedly experiencing postpartum psychosis, her husband, Patrick, who stood by her, advocated for her after she was arrested, then went on to get remarried and have a family of his own, and now she's on trial. So we talked about the backstory of everything, then started talking through headline highlights, which is my Thursday episode, about the trial updates. And what really was interesting is starting in trial week 1, I feel like people started.
I just had like a thought pop into my head. Do you think because everybody is now side-eyeing Patrick that we'll see Patrick in the courtroom more? Do you think the prosecution is going to be like, dude, get your ass into the courtroom? What do you think? Or do you think this is just how it's going to be?
Turning against Patrick, not in a huge way, but in a way of just saying, this guy, you know, he failed his wife. The doctors failed her. I can't believe he's already moved on. He has a new family. There were allegations that he had been cheating on her with his now wife. And people were just kind of calling him out as an overall dirtbag, bad guy, and really feeling some empathy for Lindsay, not only because of the postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression element to everything, but because she just had this seemingly unreliable trash bag of a husband. And I'm just, kind of saying that loosely. Then last week, everyone started turning against him even more. And I talked a little bit about this last week in headline highlights, but I started noticing at the very beginning of the week that the tide was turning against Patrick, not just any more of him being the deadbeat husband or the asshole who moved on too early, the guy who went on trips while his wife was in inpatient treatment, but started turning on him in a way of saying, Lindsay didn't even kill her 3 children. Patrick did. He framed Lindsay for this entire thing. Now, I'll be honest with you. When I first saw that, which was like, gosh, when was that? Probably like a week ago, maybe a little longer. It was like a couple of people saying it, not that many. And in my mind, I was like, oh, these are the conspiracy theorists. They're coming out. They're trying to make this something different than what it really is. But nobody's going to take this seriously. Within a matter of 48 hours.
I truly hate the virtue signaling of these people who are conspiracy theorists too. They just don't call themselves those, and like, it's a conspiracy. But then when the conspiracy turns out, or they've got their own little conspiracies that they won't call a conspiracy, the virtue signaling by the world right now, I'm fed up. I'm fed up with it all. So I'm just sitting here bitching. Sorry, guys.
I tell you, hundreds of thousands of people were now sharing that same sentiment. I was
floored. I couldn't even believe that what I was seeing. But then they started citing a lot of the reasons for why they believe that, such as the crime scene.
Oh, but then the conspiracy theorists started to make sense. And so I bought into the conspiracy. And so it's no longer a conspiracy because I now believe it.
Not aligning with Lindsay doing this herself, her DNA not being on any of the murder weapons, the pills that she consumed being crushed, therefore allegedly snuck in to her food or drink. Change of wardrobe, a scene on Patrick in CVS when he was out of the house when these murders occurred. So as I was going through everything, and again, I know we talked about this on Thursday a little bit, I started asking myself, like, well, I wasn't asking myself. I was telling myself, I was like, a lot of these things seem to be explainable. Either a coincidence or could be explained away. Personally, the CVS footage where...
See, there's that word again, coincidence. Why do we allow coincidences in this trial, but every other trial, no coincidences? But these coincidences, these coinkydings are just fine. PMP!
People are calling out that he changed his shoes. They look like the same shoes to me. I think it could have just been the camera angle or the lighting or whatever it may be. But then more and more things started coming up. And I want to say this right now, okay? First and foremost, I still believe in my heart that Lindsay Clancy did this. She also has signed an admission of guilt in court saying that she did this. And it's my belief that over the last 3 years since this horrific triple murder happened.
The crazy lady who unalived herself suddenly became completely sane when she's signing stuff. Like, she's crazy doing that, but all of a sudden she's sane. Or I'm gonna have to like go touch grass after this today.
And if she had any sort of doubt or question in her mind that she was the one responsible, her defense team would have worked that up and she wouldn't have signed an admission of guilt and now be on trial, which the trial isn't to determine if she...
Or is the defense team aware that you're not going to be able to fight that? So he's working it up right now, showing that she was in no way aware if she did do it of what she was doing. And at the very least, where the F was Patrick? Why didn't we check his clothing? Why did he change his clothes? Oh, well, you know, just a coincidence. It's like completely explainable.
Is guilty or innocent. It's to determine, was she legally insane at the time of these murders, or was this, premeditated? Can she be held accountable to the full extent? So my point is that there was enough conversation out there, so much so that I did headline highlights last week, touched on it a little bit. I also did an impromptu live.
My point is that suddenly it's not a conspiracy because you're buying into it and or you're realizing that it's a real moneymaker and you're doing it. Why not just come out and say, shit's smelly here. Not something's wrong. But whatever, I get it. It's a game and you're playing it and you're top tier and yeah, I get it. But I'm still pissed at it.
Over on Patreon, because sometimes I do this. If you're in Patreon, you know that. I'll be at my house and breaking news will happen and I'll just jump on a live stream from there and talk with you guys about it. And still, the amount of people who were giving credence to this and saying, no, Patrick is responsible, comparing Patrick to Chris Watts. Now, the comparison with that and with the thought behind that is that because Chris Watts had a mistress and seemingly wanted to start this brand new shiny family with her, Nicole Kessinger, that was also what Patrick Clancy wanted. He already was seeing his now wife. He wanted a fresh start. His wife was a drag because she was experiencing postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and he leveraged that illness to frame her to where he could execute this master plan. And
so basically, Patrick is a successful Chris Watts. Yep, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, Annie.
Move on with his life and also get a huge, financial benefit to it as well because he's suing some of the doctors, the drug companies, things like that. I don't believe it to be true. I believe Lindsay is responsible, as I said. But if you heard my original deep dive, I will link it here for you too. If you heard my original deep dive, you also know that I believe she was another victim of this entire thing. I think she was failed by her medical team, her husband, doctors, just everybody. And it's a tragedy. I also shared my own personal experience related to the topic.
Well, then it must be all okay. It must be all okay that you're a PMP because you're sharing, and and later on down the road, when more and more is brought out, you'll still cover it and you'll get the money for it, but you'll just be a PMP and just explain it away. Way to go, Annie.
So you can go back and listen to that episode if you haven't listened to it yet. But the reason I wanted to do today's episode is because, as I said, there are enough people out there who truly believe that this is true and that Patrick is responsible, that I want to just share with you why. I want to share the theories that they're citing, the inconsistencies, because the truth is there are some inconsistencies that don't really make sense. And again, the truth of it is too, there wasn't ever a full investigation done at the house, which is also the crime scene.
Oh, you don't think there was a full investigation, that they didn't investigate why he changed his clothing in the middle of all of this? No, I don't think there was a full investigation, but you keep your opinions solid. You keep them solid, Annie, because you're a PMP.
Because it seemed pretty cut and dry. Lindsay did this. And so there wasn't any sort of, digital footprint examined. There wasn't any look into patterns, phone pings, anything like that, because there wouldn't have been, because this wasn't a typical murder investigation. So again, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Just all reasons why they just let Patrick, a white male, just go scot-free. Just scot-free. Yeah. Okay, Annie.
Purpose in today's
I gotta run the little. I'm here. I'm listening, but I'm gonna take myself off screen. I am listening for the trial. They've got to be coming back any minute now. Let me see. Oh, I see movement. I think they are coming back. So yeah. I gotta go I got a little bird in the shower and he was whining out. So I am listening, guys. And yeah, let's get back into it.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Como, redirect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor. I apologize for my voice. If you can't hear me, just let me know.
Okay.
You were asked on cross-examination about your residency. At that point, you were already a doctor, correct?
Yes.
And during your residency, that was a 4-year period, correct?
Yes.
And you were saying that you treated patients during that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there someone with you while you treated these patients telling you what to do and how to handle them?
No.
Were you alone responsible for the evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of your patients?
For the most part, but if I had questions or, needed to talk it through, I had help.
And approximately how many patients did you treat during those 4 years?
Thousands.
And those were all psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
You said approximately 50 of those patients were patients dealing with postpartum depression or some postpartum issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also said you had some specialized or specific training in that area. Can you describe that for us?
Yes, I did a specialized elective with a specifically perinatal psychiatrist where I worked in an obstetrics clinic and I saw patients who were pregnant and postpartum.
And how long was that clinic for?
It was for about a year.
And so for a year, you were evaluating and diagnosing and treating women with postpartum issues?
Yes.
And that's separate and apart from your residency?
It's a part of the residency. It's an elective.
So for 1 year out of the 4, that was specifically designated to postpartum issues?
Yes, it wasn't every single day, but it was continuing the same patients for about a year.
So you would follow those same patients throughout the year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you were asked about postpartum psychosis, and you said it was rare. How rare is it?
I'm not sure the statistic, but low.
Low. Have you dealt with patients in your 4 years of residency that had other types of psychosis?
Yes, many.
And psychosis, whether it's from postpartum or some other mental illness, does it present the same, or does it matter what the underlying illness is?
I mean, it can present different based on the individual, but it's the same general disorder.
And so what are the symptoms or signs that you look for to determine whether someone has psychosis?
So you look at them, you assess their appearance, are they disheveled, and then you look at how cooperative they are, how they're engaging in your interview, are they answering your questions or maybe refusing to answer your questions, maybe being very aggressive. You look at their speech, whether they're speaking very fast, very loud, or the opposite, like maybe not really even speaking much at all. You look at what their thoughts are like, and we assess thoughts by what they're saying. That's how we know what people are thinking, and whether what they say makes sense linearly, or whether someone's jumping around and you can't follow them. We also assess the thoughts for their content. If someone is speaking about things that are very bizarre, things that are very paranoid, if someone is talking or making noises, or it seems like they're communicating with somebody that's not in the room, those are all behaviors that we assess for.
So although you'd never treated someone with postpartum psychosis, you had evaluated, diagnosed, and treated people with other types of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any signs of psychosis in any of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
Defense counsel mentioned that part of your residency was during COVID. Did mental health issues just stop during COVID?
Of course not. They often got worse.
And so it's fair to say you still kept busy seeing patients on a daily basis?
Yes.
You also mentioned that some of the patients you saw in your residency, it was outpatient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that similar to the care you were providing to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And was that all 4 years you were providing outpatient care to psychiatric patients?
For 3 of the 4.
You were also asked about telehealth. Is telehealth appointments in psychiatric care standard in the industry?
Yes.
And how long has that been standard?
Since COVID.
And is it a fairly common and accepted practice at this point?
Yes.
Most of the session, for a psychiatric session, you're talking to someone, right?
Yes.
Does looking at someone through a computer screen somehow inhibit how you hear the answers?
No, it does not.
Or inhibit the way you ask your questions?
No.
And defense counsel asked you about, not being able to see below the waist someone's shaking or moving, but if someone's sitting and they're bouncing, can you see it elsewhere? Can you see other movement?
Yeah, sometimes it can reverberate in different parts of the body.
You were also asked about the Edinburgh scale. You said you don't use it, right?
Yes.
You said you use the PHQ-9. Why do you use that instead of the Edinburgh scale?
It's not my choice. That's the practice at Astor of what we use.
And the PHQ-9, what does that look for?
It assesses various symptoms of depression.
And postpartum depression, are there questions on the PHQ-9 that look for the signs and symptoms of postpartum depression?
Not specifically postpartum depression, but the symptoms of postpartum depression are symptoms of depression that occur during postpartum. It's the same symptoms.
So the PHQ-9 is asking the patient questions that would reveal whether or not they might be depressed, but not whether or not they just had a baby.
Correct.
And then with your interaction with the patient, you're able to know whether or not they are in the postpartum phase.
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that you take the PHQ-9 plus the information you learn from the patient, put it together and come up with a diagnosis?
Yes.
When you take a history from a patient, you were asked about taking history from Ms. Clancy. How important is it that the patient give you accurate information?
It's very important.
And why is that?
Well, that information is being used to make treatment decisions. And a lot of things can be assessed. The things that I described before. That's very helpful, but we can't see what someone else's thoughts exactly are. So the person does have to tell them to us.
And would you agree that people in the medical field, such as nurses, are acutely aware of the necessity of an accurate medical history and symptom presentation?
Yes.
You mentioned that the defendant was able to advocate for herself. In what ways did she show you that?
In scheduling her own appointments, in presenting herself to the emergency room when things were really not going well. A different is
is
it's a conversation.
providing therapy to someone like Ms. Clancy, is that dependent on what she's telling you and then how she's responding to what you're saying, basically a conversation?
Yes. Therapy is a lot of listening.
Would you say it's more important in therapy for the psychiatrist or therapist to talk or listen?
Listen.
And why is that?
Because that's how you really understand what a person is feeling.
Now, is it accurate to state that in every one of your sessions with Ms. Clancy, you told her about individual therapy and encouraged her to attend individual therapy?
And that was the treatment recommendation each time. I'm not sure if I explicitly mentioned it each time, but I did many times.
And you, in fact, wrote it on the work form that we talked about previously on page 104 of the records. It lists, was the patient referred to other healthcare providers for evaluation or treatment? It says yes. If yes, state the nature of such treatments and expected duration of treatment. And it says individual weekly therapy, correct?
Yes.
And this is the form that the defendant asked you to fill out, correct?
Yes.
And you sent it back to her. And the first version, she wanted you to make some corrections on, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't ask you to change that portion, correct?
No.
And in fact, on the second version, on page 107 of the record, it still says individual weekly therapy recommended, correct, for follow-up?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant only saw Jennifer McAllister twice the entire time that she was with your practice for therapy?
Yes.
You were asked about Zoloft being used for general anxiety disorder. Is that a common drug used for general anxiety disorder?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's effective and it's safe.
You were also asked about the suicide warning on it, that there is a suicide warning. Is that for all ages?
No.
What ages or groups is that suicide warning for?
It's really for children and adolescents. They do say up to 24 years, but it's really children and adolescents.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant was 32 years old when she saw you?
That sounds right.
Well, if you want to check the records,
I can check.
to be sure.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 32 years old is not 3 to 4 years older than 24, correct?
No.
Why didn't you have to titrate the 50 milligrams of Zoloft?
You mean to stop it?
Yes.
Because it's still a very low dose, so it can be stopped right away.
So it wasn't necessary?
Not necessary.
The defendant waited about a month after receiving the prescription before taking the medication, correct?
Yes.
And she only took the medication when she decided she was ready to take it, correct?
Yes.
So she was taking in the information you gave her, correct?
Yes.
She was making her own decisions, correct?
Yes.
She was not forced to, correct?
Yes.
She actually had an appointment in between when you first prescribed it and when she started taking it, where she was still discussing with you whether or not she wanted to take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that part of the advocating for herself that you were talking about?
Yes.
Is that part of the medical sophistication that she possessed that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at some point, in light of the fact this is direct, I have to object.
Sure. Yeah, if you could just not ask the leading question.
Sure. I want to direct your attention to the September 12th, 2022 form that the defendant filled out. On page 16 of the record. Oh, we have different page numbers,
We
right?
do, but if you just tell me what you're looking at, I can find it.
The past psychiatric history.
Okay.
What did she tell you, Ms. Clancy, tell you about the, where it says, if yes, list the reason and dates? What did she tell you?
She said anxiety, September 2013 to September 2014, postpartum anxiety, May 2020.
And on the following page, under the past or current psychiatric medications, which ones did she list?
Prozac, 50 milligrams, and Wellbutrin, 100 milligrams.
Is there a column there that says effective, yes or no?
Yes.
What was the defendant's answer with whether or not Prozac was effective?
Yes.
What was her answer as to whether or not Wellbutrin was effective?
Yes.
Is there another column there that said experienced side effects?
Yes.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Prozac?
No.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Wellbutrin?
No.
Going to the October 20th, 2022 appointment. You were asked about this on cross-examination about documenting side effects in your notes. Did you document the side effects that the defendant reported from the Zoloft on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what did you document?
Well, I checked the box for GI, but I also talked about the side effects in the interval history.
And so what does GI mean?
Gastrointestinal.
So would that mean stomach issues?
Yeah.
And what did you put in your notes?
Couldn't sleep, insomnia, worse on increased dose, doesn't want to eat, diarrhea, food really unappealing, was more depressed on it, crying all day, yesterday, not normal, mental fog, terrified to start something new.
And so you did document the side effects that she reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You also documented in the interval history, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts. Was that the defendant's phrasing?
Yes.
And is there a difference between someone being worried about having suicidal thoughts and someone actually having suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And what's the difference in terms of how a psychiatrist sees it?
So that's the difference between what a patient might answer and then what the psychiatrist actually assesses. So say a patient might say they're having suicidal thoughts, but when they describe them, they're not actual suicidal thoughts. They're fears of suicidal thoughts. So that's the difference there. And I'm sorry, I think I forgot exactly what your question was.
So what's the difference in your training and experience between someone having fears of suicidal thoughts and actually having suicidal thoughts?
Well, so if it's a fear, then it means that they're not actually having suicidal thoughts. It's a negative.
And does that affect the way you proceed with treatment?
Yes, in some ways, yes.
How?
Well, you still proceed with treatment. It's still concerning, but it is a level of concern that can be managed on an outpatient basis, not requiring hospitalization.
And so, according to the defendant, she was not yet having suicidal thoughts at that time.
Yes.
So when defense counsel asked you repeatedly why you didn't document how many times she had those thoughts, she hadn't had those actual thoughts yet, correct?
Correct.
That was later in December, is that right?
Yes.
Now, she also told you that she was worried about something, that something bad might happen, so she arranged for her mother to stay. Is that correct?
Well, she arranged for her mother to stay. I'm not sure if that was because she was afraid something bad was happening, or it just seemed like they needed more help.
Okay. So you don't recall the two being together as a thought?
Correct.
And the fact that she was struggling and arranged to have her mother stay, got support, advocated for herself, would those be protective factors?
Yes.
How so?
So if someone demonstrates that they can advocate for themselves, that they can seek help if symptoms worsen, then that shows that they have good judgment. They can be trusted to present for care if serious safety concerns were to arise.
So based on your training and experience with Ms. Clancy, where she says she's worried about getting suicidal thoughts and she has her mom come stay with her, do you see that as a positive decision?
Yes.
You were asked about not asking the defendant if she had called the suicide hotline. If a patient denies suicidal ideation, would you typically ask them if they had called a suicide hotline?
No.
And why not?
Because I wouldn't think that they would have. If a patient were to call a suicide hotline, I would think that they would be telling me they're having suicidal thoughts as well.
You were asked about prescribing hydroxyzine, Ativan, and Buspar. Did you tell the defendant how to take those medications?
Yes.
What were your instructions?
So the Ativan was to take as needed for severe anxiety. The Buspar was to be an everyday medicine. And the hydroxyzine, we had started that to see if she could use that as an alternative to the Ativan. So to take it instead of the Ativan. But if the if the hydroxyzine wasn't working, she still had the Ativan to use, it's stronger.
So was there ever an instruction for her to take all three at the same time?
No.
And you were asked about the contraindications of Ativan and Benadryl. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there contraindications for taking the two together?
It's not an absolute contraindication. You have to be careful that the person is not excessively sedated, meaning like they're so sleepy that it's hard for them to, engage in normal activities because they're so sleepy, or maybe they might feel a little bit dizzy. But it's not an absolute contraindication. You just have to monitor them.
And is that one of the reasons that you prescribed the hydroxyzine?
Sorry, is what one of the reasons?
Is the fact that the two of them together, Ativan and Benadryl. Well, let me strike that question. Why did you prescribe the hydroxyzine?
So she had been taking Benadryl, which is not a prescription medication. It's not classically within the scope of psychiatry, but it's very similar to hydroxyzine. So I thought that, hydroxyzine might be a better alternative than the Benadryl.
Okay, and I'm just going to direct you to your November 2nd 2022 interval history. Now, would it be fair to say that on the November 2nd date, the defendant reported she was fine all day, evenings, bedtime, get anxious, Ativan helps, sleeping great on it, afraid to try something else, but knows it's not a long-term solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what part of that did the defendant tell you was not a long-term solution?
Taking the Ativan.
And why is that?
Because it was indicated for short-term use only. The people can struggle more with dependence if they're taking it for a very long period of time.
And was there a plan developed based on that concern?
Yes, there was.
What was the plan?
To reduce the dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until she was off it.
So the defendant was able to express to you a concern she had about the medication. You had a conversation about it, and you addressed that with her and came up with a plan. Is that right?
Yes.
She also told you that day that she was in therapy and exercising daily, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she went to the South Shore Hospital Emergency Department on November 16th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
Did she tell you that they had prescribed trazodone to her at that time?
I don't recall that.
Did she ever tell you that she was trying some alternative methods like weed gummies?
No.
Do you have any way of knowing these things if the patient doesn't tell you?
No.
Now, on December 1st, 2022, defense asked you about that date. That's the date that she, again, said she had the fear of thoughts of suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Up until that point, had she consistently denied suicidal ideation or intent or a plan?
Yes.
Had she consistently denied homicidal ideation, intent, or a plan?
Yes.
What's the difference? Let me ask you this. When you talk to a patient, do you ask them, do you have suicidal ideation?
Not usually.
What do you,
not in that way.
How do you get that information from them? What types of questions do you ask?
It depends how the course of the conversation is going. I might ask if they're having thoughts of hurting themselves, if they, sometimes wish that they weren't alive. It can be a lot of different words, and sometimes I use, the patient's own words, but things like that.
And is there a difference between having thoughts of suicide versus having the intent and a plan to do it?
Yes.
And are there different types of treatment or things that you would do if someone has intent or plan to do it?
Yes, that would generally require hospitalization.
And so if Ms. Clancy had told you she had thoughts of hurting herself, or actually, if she told you that she had a plan to hurt herself or a plan to hurt her children, would you have moved to commit her?
Yes.
And that would be a Section 12?
Yes.
You were asked about the October 31st therapy session with Jennifer McAllister. And I know you weren't present from that. You're just going from the records. But you did say that in that session, the defendant denied suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, correct?
Yeah, that's what's documented.
Would there be any reason based on your training experience to do that further suicidal intent assessment?
No.
Why not?
Because if someone is denying suicidal ideation, they're just going to deny every other detail about suicide.
That further evaluation, is that very specific questions about planning for suicide, how you do it, all of those things?
Yes.
You were also asked about evaluating the defendant for bipolar, and you said that she, based on your conversations with her, there were no signs of mania, correct?
Correct.
What are the types of questions you ask a patient to determine if they've experienced an episode of mania?
Well, a lot of it is what I can see in the session. I might also ask about some of those symptoms, like decreased need for sleep, or racing thoughts, or increased risk-taking activities. But even if they're reporting those things, I would have to really see it for myself to diagnose that.
And what would you see physically?
So I might see that the person is talking very fast, and it's almost impossible to interrupt their rate of speech. And it might also be very loud. They might be hyperactive, not able to sit still. They might be yelling and jumping from one thought to another without any linear connection between the thoughts. They might, I guess that's probably what I would observe in terms of behaviors.
Did you observe any of those behaviors with Lindsay Clancy?
No, it was the opposite.
What do you mean it was the opposite?
So, the opposite of euphoria is dysphoria or depression. The opposite of hyperactivity is tiredness and fatigue. So, in a way, it was the opposite of mania that I observed.
And in terms of the questions you asked about her past behavior, were any of the answers that she gave indicative of mania?
No.
You were asked about discussing Seroquel with the defendant, even though you weren't the prescriber. Why did you discuss that medication with her?
Because the patient was asking about it, and her husband was also asking me about it. They really wanted my opinions about it. It wasn't necessarily that I was prompting this line of conversation.
And what did you tell them about it?
Well, I shared that it has very good evidence for treating depression, and I may have shared that Seroquel does different things at different doses, right? So sometimes people are concerned that it is called an antipsychotic, but it actually doesn't function as an antipsychotic until you get up to really high doses, like 800 milligrams. So in low doses, it's more of a sleep medicine or an antidepressant. So I think that I explained that to them, and it's obviously a very important part of it. But they were also concerned about that causing the depression that she was experiencing. So we talked a bit about how you would tell. It kind of can be hard to tell whether a medicine is causing that or it's just occurring because of depression.
What did you tell them in terms of how to tell?
That it's really based on the timing. If you were to notice a significant decline after starting or increasing the medication.
And prior to Ms. Clancy taking the Seroquel, had you noticed signs of depression in her?
Yes.
And after she was off of the Seroquel in January, did you see signs of depression in her?
Yes.
So that was completely off of Seroquel, both before and after, still showing signs of depression?
Yes.
During January, the defendant told you she had trouble getting out of bed?
Is there a specific visit?
I think it was right after she got out of the hospital. Maybe your first or second visit with her.
I see that on the 16th, she did say that she was able to force herself out of bed and take care of basics, so on and so forth.
Were you aware that she had gone to the Museum of Science with her family on January 8th and spent a few hours there interacting with the exhibits and the children?
No.
Were you aware on January 15th, the day before that session, she had been to the Cape Codder down in Hyannis with the family, interacting with the kids and going down little water slides and all of that?
No.
Were you aware that on January 14th, she watched all three kids while Pat went to a brunch and was fine?
No.
Were you aware that on January 16th, her husband took Cora skiing and she was alone with the boys all day and had no issues?
No.
You were asked about the thyroid and how that can affect mental health and postpartum. Were you aware that at both South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital, her thyroid limits were in normal range?
No, I was not.
You received a discharge summary from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
What's contained in the discharge summary?
So it includes information about how the patient initially presented, what they said when they first came to the hospital, and their initial assessment from the psychiatrist that they spoke with. It talks a bit about their treatment course, how things progressed, any changes that were made, and then it talks about how the patient appears on the day of discharge.
Does it also include what medications they were prescribed and what the diagnosis might have been?
Yes.
And was that sufficient in terms of your review of the information that you needed for you to know about your patient at that time?
Yes, that was a very helpful amount of information that I would typically review that amount of information for a patient after the hospital.
Now, you were asked about your January 23rd, 2023 session with the defendant. Defense counsel asked if you had, recommended a hospital evaluation for her on that day, and you said no. Why not?
Because she was completely denying any suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation. There were no signs of psychosis or mania. So there were no serious signs that her safety or that anyone else's safety was at risk.
And during that session, did she ever tell you that she planned to harm herself or the children?
No.
If she had done that, what would you have done?
I would have, it depends exactly how it would have played out. It would definitely include hospitalization. If the children were in immediate harm, it might include enlisting help from my staff so that they could call the police while I'm on the phone with her. I think it depends, but I would address it promptly.
You were asked by defense counsel about the amitriptyline that you prescribed on January 16th, 2023. That initial prescription was for 10 milligrams, correct?
Yes.
Explain the bottle from exhibit 155 of amitriptyline. Would you agree with me that this shows that the prescription was filled on that same day, January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
And out of this pill bottle here, there were 30 pills in this prescription, correct?
Yes.
And there are 8 pills missing from this bottle. So filled on January 16th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd would be 8 days, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on the 23rd is when you said she could raise it to 20 milligrams?
Yes.
So if there are only 8 pills missing, she never took that additional dose, correct?
That's what I would think based on what you just said.
So the amitriptyline, increasing it from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams, wouldn't have pushed her over the edge, correct?
Well, if she didn't take 20 milligrams, then that's correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Then recross.
Briefly. So one of the questions that prosecutor asked you pertained to whether or not you could reach out to a third party. You recall that question, like mother, father, husband?
Yes.
And we already on cross talked about that you didn't, and they didn't call you, but then the DA also raised that, and you said you didn't have HIPAA permission. You recall just telling that to the jury?
Yes, that was an additional detail.
All right. What does that mean?
HIPAA is the privacy law for patients, which we have to respect and honor very diligently. So we are not allowed to talk about a patient's treatment to anyone. We're not even allowed to say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
And she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother, father, and husband, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you ever ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
So that was not the main reason why it wasn't done. It wasn't.
Did you ever ask her to sign
A release, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I did not ask her to sign a release.
And if she did sign the release, even though her mother, her father, her husband didn't call you, you could have then reached out to them, right?
I could have, but it is not typically something that is done when you have an adult patient who's able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, what is that? It's not typically done when?
When you have an adult patient who is able to speak for themselves.
My God, you don't call the parents that she's living with because they're helping her or her husband?
No.
Because why? She's able to advocate for herself?
Yes.
Prosecutor yet again raises the issue of the marijuana. You recall that question?
Yes.
She wasn't smoking marijuana, was she?
She did not tell me she was smoking marijuana.
Did she tell you that she was using marijuana?
No.
Did she tell you that she was using gummies?
No.
Did she, because gummies in plural is what the DA asked you, right? She was using gummies?
Yes.
Now, I asked you about getting access to the Women and Infants Hospital records, which you did not. Which you did not, right?
I did not.
And we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection. Didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the
Beyond the
records.
scope.
Overruled. You can ask that question.
She asked you about marijuana gummies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer the Women and Infants Hospital records from Rhode Island dealing with Lindsay Clancy.
No objection.
Okay, they may be admitted.
I just want to look at them at some point to make sure it's a clean copy.
Sure, yeah. Before it goes to the jury, you can review it.
And it's important for a patient to be forthright when asked questions by their provider, right?
Yes.
And you always, your opinion, found her to be forthright, right?
Yes.
If I could approach you with exhibit 220, excuse me, and see the second paragraph, it begins in the middle of November. Could you read that first sentence?
In the middle of November, she tried taking a marijuana edible to help her sleep, which caused her to have increased anxiety and palpitations.
So the records, if you had obtained them, you would have seen that it was not marijuana, it was not gummies, plural. It was one gummy that she tried and it didn't work out, right?
Based on what I just read, yes.
Then you told us that there's a difference between a thought of suicide versus a plan of suicide, one of which would result, in your words, were a commitment, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? Thought versus plan equals commit.
A suicidal plan means that they are, they know exactly what they're going to do to end their life, what they're going to use, maybe when they're going to do it. They've researched it, and that presents an immediate threat, and that is something that would require hospitalization.
District Attorney had asked you also about the thyroid levels, and you indicated, or she indicated that they were in the low range at Mass General Hospital, Reed. Is that correct?
I thought she said they were normal.
Oh, I thought she said low, but normal or low. MGH, Mass General Hospital, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
District Attorney asked you whether or not they were thyroid reads. Do you remember that question?
She said her thyroid had been tested.
My question now is, do you remember that question that she asked you that you answered with no problem?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was that, my memory, this is jurors' accounts, that it was low reads, MGH, and South Shore Hospital. Is that right?
I thought she said that it was normal or within normal limits.
Almost fine. We'll go with normal. So your memory is that there were thyroid blood level reads of Lindsay Clancy from 2 healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
One would be Mass General Hospital, right?
I don't remember exactly. I think she said yes. I think she said Mass General.
Okay. Do you remember where the other hospital healthcare provider was?
It might have been South Shore.
Do you know what date those were?
No.
Those are old reads, weren't they?
I don't know.
One of the things that the district attorney asked you about on a number of occasions that seems to be important is if the person that you're treating has, I guess, what do they call it? Pressured speech?
Yes.
And you told us repeatedly that you never detected that Lindsay had pressured speech, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Looking at the record from October 21st, would you...
Objection is writing on this.
Well, all right. You know what? I'll ask you to just look at it.
Might take a look at it, and if you want to get the actual exhibit, we could do that.
All right. So forget all about my sloppy writing. I'm looking here on October 21st of 22. Is that correct, right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety. Worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it says. I know what I meant.
Well, when you wrote this, you did not say not pressured speech. You said in the medical record, pressured speech, right?
No.
Does it say that?
Yeah, the word is the word not is right before not hyper, comma, pressured speech. The
Right, so
two
what
are
does it-
following
what does
the
a comma mean
not.
to you? When you put down in a medical record, heart racing, comma, severe anxiety, comma, worried about kids, comma, baby, comma, sleep, comma, yawns but not drowsy, period. Not hyper, comma, pressured speech. That's what you wrote, right?
She did not have
Did you
pressured
write
speech.
that, doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
Am I reading this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put not hyper, comma, pressured speech? Did I read that right?
Yes, but your interpretation is incorrect.
As opposed to yours? Go ahead.
Just in regards to what was raised there.
Yes, just two brief. Approaching you with your records from October 21st, 2022, the section labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off for speech on October 21st, 2022?
Appropriate.
And and defense asked you about the thyroid levels, would it be accurate to state that I asked you if you were aware that her levels were normal at South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital?
Yes.
And your answer was no, correct?
No, I was not aware.
Because you don't have those records, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Do we have any clue as to how old they were?
I don't know. You're asking me about something I never saw.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further? All right, thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to submit the certified copy of the Spalding rehabilitation records.
No objection, that's by agreement.
Okay. By agreement of council, the Spalding records will be introduced.
221. Should I call the next witness?
Please, council.
Commonwealth would call Julie Paul.
Good afternoon. Stop right there, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you should give to the court and the jury in the matter now having reached the Commonwealth will be according to the Constitution. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Yes, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Julie Paul.
And what do you do for work?
I am a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, board certified.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I graduated in 1991 from St. Anselm College with my nursing degree, worked as a labor and delivery nurse for 17 years, and then graduated in 2006 from Frontier Nursing University with my midwifery degree. And then in 2018, I graduated from Frontier Nursing University with my psychiatric nurse practitioner degree. I also have a perinatal mental health certification from Postpartum Support International from 2018.
Okay. Are you also a certified midwife?
Yes, I am.
And are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
Yes, I am.
And what is required in order for you to become certified to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner in Massachusetts?
I attended a certified program, did 2 years additional training, and then took the certification exam through the ANCC.
And can you tell us a little bit about your work history, your work background?
Sure. Like I said, in New Hampshire, I worked as a labor and delivery nurse before transferring to Massachusetts in 2006 to work as a certified nurse and midwife. And then in 2018, I started the perinatal behavioral health program at South Shore Hospital as a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And so the perinatal behavioral health clinic, explain to us a little bit about how that came about.
Sure. There's a lack of resources on the South Shore for perinatal, for pregnant and postpartum people with mood disorders. So I really felt compelled because I had a couple clients that really struggled with mental health issues as a nurse midwife and really wanted additional education and being able to prescribe for them. So, and take care of them in a proper way. So I went back, got my psych NP, and then worked with South Shore Hospital to establish the program.
And where was the program actually located?
It was located right in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And you said you worked with the South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
So the clinic is tied to South Shore Hospital in the South Shore Health System?
Yes, it is.
Now, when did you start that program specifically? When was it up and running?
2018 is when I started, in October of 2018.
And what, did you do that by yourself, or did you have other practitioners that were doing that with you?
Initially, it was just me. I started doing it 2 days a week and then grew the program gradually over the next year or two.
And what makes up this program other than you?
So at the time, When it was just me, I just saw patients 2 days a week, and then gradually built up to 5 days a week. And we included a therapist in the team, 2 additional prescribers. We also worked with women with substance use disorders as well, so we had additional support that way. And then when the building grew, we also had the Bridge Clinic on the other side, and then we were on the other side of that program.
And what's the Bridge Clinic?
The Bridge Clinic works with people with substance use disorders.
And all of this is kind of under that umbrella of what's classified as South Shore Behavioral Health, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the clinic grew, did your role there change?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
As the clinic grew to what you described as having additional therapists and other prescribers on staff, did your role there change at all?
I became the director of the program.
And as director of the program, did you still see patients?
Yes, I did.
And was that at the same level as it had before, or did it decrease because of your administrative roles?
It actually increased because I increased my hours to 5 days a week. I did have a little bit of administrative time.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about how the clinic would work for a woman who is coming in either during the birth period or prior to birth and after birth? What kinds of things would they be offered at the clinic?
So I'd receive a referral, and then the client would come in. We would do a 90-minute intake. When they left, when it was just me, I was using outside therapists, that sort of thing. But as the program grew, we had moms groups run by doulas. We had therapists that was brought in from Aspire, but part of our program embedded within our program. And I brought in 2 additional prescribers as well as nursing staff.
And when you talk about people as prescribers and your role as a psychiatric nurse practitioner who could prescribe, what were you offering to patients as part of this clinic as a prescriber?
We were offering the proper medication for anxiety, depression, mood disorders, really any psychiatric disorder that came in, mostly for pregnant and postpartum people up to 2 years postpartum. We also offered therapy focused on sleep hygiene, really looked at the whole person, not just medication management.
And fair to say that the medication is one piece and the therapy is another piece, and this is part of a team approach that you had at the clinic.
That's
to
correct.
Address all these resources for patients.
That's correct.
So while you, as the psychiatric nurse practitioner, might have been a prescriber, were you also engaged in the therapy or psychotherapy?
I would do supportive therapy, but I'm not a therapist. I mainly am responsible for assessing, diagnosing, prescribing, but I also really understand the importance of sleep, nutrition, and exercise.
And so being that you had a history of working as a midwife and working as a nurse in labor and delivery, do you have a lot of experience with moms or women who are in that postpartum period?
Yes.
And how about your experiences with diagnosing and prescribing for women in that period? Do you have experience in that?
In the labor and delivery room, as a nurse midwife, yes, I diagnosed labor and that sort of thing, and even depression, anxiety, not to the extent of higher acuity psychiatric conditions, but as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, I did.
Okay. And as far as your role at the perinatal behavioral health clinic, fair to say that your primary patient base was all going to be women who are either pregnant or after birth?
Correct.
And a part of this team approach at the clinic, is it also to work on developing a treatment plan for patients when they come in?
Correct.
And so what encompasses a treatment plan generally?
Generally, if it were a situation where we were referring them for therapy, then we would work with the therapist to kind of bring in the client to figure out what their needs are, and then really stress whatever. The therapist works on certain aspects of the therapy that we kind of work together, but not in tandem, kind of. We talk, but not to the extent we each are in our own disciplines.
Okay. And as far as the resources that the clinic had available to you, is it fair to say that there are certain types of therapy, for instance, cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectic behavioral therapy, that are not necessarily encompassed with the social workers that you work with at the clinic?
Our social workers primarily did cognitive behavioral therapy. We did group therapy for more social support, What I did mainly was just supportive therapy.
Okay. And would you oftentimes through the clinic refer clients out to other local community providers?
Yes, we would.
Now, as the psychiatric nurse practitioner, does medication play an important role when you are dealing with a particular patient that came into the clinic?
Yes, it does play a role.
And how is it that you determine what's the appropriate medication track for any given patient?
We do proper screening, and then we do a complete interview with the client. And then based on what their responses are, together we work as a team to develop the best medication options or treatment options for that client.
When you say work as a team, does that include the patient themselves?
Absolutely. The patient is the most important part of the team.
And in your training and experience working with postpartum women, what is the acceptable period to determine postpartum?
Anywhere within the first year.
Did you know a nurse, or do you know a nurse named Susan Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
I worked with her off and on throughout my years as a nurse midwife.
And what's the nature of your relationship with her, other than the working with her?
Essentially, we just worked together. When we did births together, we worked well as a team.
Okay. And do you know where she worked?
She worked at South Shore Hospital.
On November 20th of 2022, did you have a conversation, or did you get a call from Sue Clancy?
I did. She was referred to me through Nanette Landry, another midwife that I work with.
And so as a result of the phone call that you had with her, did you get in contact with a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Was that the same day or a different day?
It was the same day.
And your contact with Lindsay Clancy, was it by phone or virtual or in person?
It was by phone.
And so what was the purpose of calling Lindsay Clancy?
I just wanted to get her side of what had been going on with her history. Sue had alluded that she was struggling in the postpartum period, so I wanted to know exactly what she was struggling with to see if she'd be a good candidate for our program.
So did you initiate the call to Lindsay Clancy?
With the permission, I asked Sue Clancy if Lindsay had given permission. She said she had.
And in the conversation that you had with her, do you know approximately how long that phone conversation lasted?
I don't recall.
Okay. But were you able to get all the pertinent information from her during that phone call?
I got enough data to determine that she would be a good candidate for the program.
So she would have met criteria for a referral from any other resource?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that in this conversation, in order to determine whether she qualified, you had to ask her some background questions?
I did.
And so were you able to identify whether she was in that postpartum period?
Yes, I asked when the birth of Callan was, and she said it was May 26th, 2022.
And so after determining that she was in fact postpartum with a baby at home, did you ask her any questions, or did you learn any information about how the experience was earlier in the postpartum, right after birth?
I did. She said she did really well for the first 12 weeks. She was excited, really happy. And then when Patrick went back to work, she said she started to struggle with some anxiety.
And you knew Patrick to be her husband, Patrick Clancy?
Correct.
And do you recall her indicating that she was having difficulty leaving the baby, that she was feeling overwhelmed and having racing thoughts?
Yes.
And so in your training and experience, are those things that you would hear from new moms?
It was very typical of what I'd hear.
Did you learn from her whether she had engaged with any other treatment prior to contacting or prior to you having this conversation with her?
She did say that she had met with a psychiatrist. She didn't give the name. And then she'd also said that she had been in the emergency room a few days prior to.
Okay. And were you able to determine that was actually the South Shore emergency room?
Yes, it was.
And that would have been on November 16th of 2022?
Correct.
Now, in addition to seeing a psychiatrist, did she identify to you some medications that she had been taking up to that point?
She did. She said she had trialed Zoloft for 1 week. She also said that she'd been trialing Ativan and Benadryl, which worked the best to help her sleep. She identified, she had questions about Buse Bar, didn't say specifically whether she had been prescribed that or not, but that she had questions about Buse Bar.
Okay. And did she mention anything about that combination of Ativan and Benadryl in her treatment history that was of concern to her?
Just that she had been taking it for 2 weeks. It worked really well, but then she was getting concerned about dependence, so she weaned herself off of that.
And were you aware, did she tell you that she had been prescribed trazodone after that?
Yes, after she went to the emergency room, she was prescribed trazodone.
Did she indicate whether the trazodone gave her any relief to her sleep issues?
She said she was able to fall asleep, but it was having difficulty staying asleep.
Did she also indicate to you that one of her goals was not to be on long-term medications?
Yes, she did.
And based on this initial phone conversation, did you recommend that she come in for an intake appointment?
I did.
How about the immediate need for sleep? Did you address that with her in the phone
I just encouraged her to take the medication that she already had on hand, that if the Benadryl and the Ativan were working, she should take that to help her sleep that night. And we talked the next morning about different options.
And also in this initial phone call, did you have a conversation with her about options and risks of various types of SSRIs or continued use of benzodiazepines?
Yes, we reviewed that being on SSRI most of the time is preferable than being on benzodiazepines for long periods of time, especially to address her concern about addiction or dependency on the medication.
And is this kind of a normal conversation you would have with somebody to screen them and determine whether the clinic, the South Shore Perinatal Clinic, was an appropriate fit?
Yes, it's more to establish rapport and get a basic understanding and make sure that she was safe.
Okay.
And she did indicate that she was safe.
And so that's kind of my follow-up to that. So in the course of that phone call, you were able to communicate with her, correct?
Correct.
And what she was telling you about her reported history, did that seem to make sense to you?
Yes, it did.
And did you identify, or were you addressing or assessing during the whole course of this conversation whether there was any immediate safety risk or need for her?
Yes, I was.
And did you find that there was any?
There was no immediate need.
Now, as a result of this conversation, did you determine whether she was having any suicidal ideations?
Yes, I asked her specifically if she felt like she wanted to harm herself or her children, and she said no.
And how about asking her about homicidal ideations?
Yes.
And did she indicate whether she had any?
She did not.
Did you also ask her whether she had experienced any auditory hallucinations?
I did.
And did she experience any?
Not at the time, no.
And did she indicate to you whether she'd ever experienced any?
No.
How about visual hallucinations? Did you ask her about those?
I did.
And did she indicate that she had experienced any?
No.
And delusions, did you ask her whether she had any delusions?
I didn't ask specifically about delusions, I believe.
Okay. And in the course of talking with an individual, do you kind of constantly keep that in mind with what they're telling you, whether they're having any ideas of delusion?
Yes, I do.
In the conversation you had with her on November 20th, did you identify, based on your conversation with her, whether she was experiencing delusions?
No, I did not.
And fair to say, a standard set of questions that you also ask have to do with drug use or tobacco or alcohol. Did you ask those questions as well?
I don't recall.
If I were to show you your note, would that refresh your memory?
I have my notes right here. I could look at it.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to the note from November 20th of 2022.
Yes, I did ask her apparently. And she said no to illicit drug use, tobacco or marijuana or alcohol at that time.
And she also indicated to you that at this time on November 20th that she had stopped breastfeeding.
That's correct.
Now, did she schedule or did you schedule with her an intake for the next day, November 21st?
We did.
And at the clinic, what generally is the practice for whether a person appears in person or on a telehealth visit or virtually?
Generally speaking, we like to do the intake in person as long as it's feasible. And for her, it was.
Okay. And just kind of while we're on that topic, going forward with a patient who's being seen at the clinic, what are the criteria to determine an in-person visit or a telehealth visit?
They're given the option about what works best for them.
And are there instances where you as a provider might insist a person comes in person?
If somebody needs to do like a urine drug screen or laboratory work, we'll have them come in. Or if they seem to be not making sense or having more difficulties, we'll have them come in person.
And if a person is scheduled for an in-person visit and there are no observed issues on your end, can they opt to change it to a virtual appointment at any point?
Yes.
And that's just the normal course of business at the clinic?
Correct.
Now, in this particular instance, you said the intake was in person, right?
Yes.
And during the course of the intake, are there particular types of questions that are asked of the person to get to know them and get to know their situation?
Yes, generally we do a full intake. The first thing they do is meet with the nurse who does all the screenings.
And one of the things that is asked of an individual when they come in is to tell you why they are there, right?
Correct.
What their complaint is.
Yes.
And so for this patient, for Lindsay Clancy, what did she identify as the reason for the visit?
Would it be okay if I refer to my note?
Sure.
So she said pretty much I cannot sleep was her major concern.
And is that something that you've seen in your experience with new moms that come through the clinic and are postpartum?
It's very typical.
Now, even with that report or that reason, do you do a full history to try to identify kind of what's going on in the present and what has happened in the past?
Yes, I do.
And generally, is it fair to say that's kind of the goal of an intake, right?
I do that with every client. I have a standard set of questions.
Is that just for the intake or any follow-up?
Any follow-up, I have a basic kind of script, but I always adjust it based on what they're saying.
But fair to say, once a person gives kind of that history of their background, especially if they've had prior births before, prior experiences with mental health professionals or psychiatric history, that kind of follows the patient as they go through with their subsequent visits.
Yes.
So in this instance, you had some background information from the phone call you had with her, but did you go back through those standard questions that you'd ask in an intake?
I did.
And did you learn a little bit more about her current mental status? Did you ask her some questions about currently how she was in this November 21st meeting?
I did.
And so, again, do you kind of go through in each and every instance whether the person has any thoughts of suicide or harming themselves or others?
At every visit, those are standard questions that I ask if they have any type of suicidal homicidal ideation or auditory or visual hallucinations.
Do you ask the same questions each time, or is it kind of fluid based on your rapport and conversation with the patient?
Generally, I try and touch upon the topic. Sometimes we get to that answer indirectly just by the line of questioning that we're using.
Okay. And where it had been reported to you that she had been on the Zoloft and stopped due to insomnia, that she was overwhelmed and her mind was racing, did you talk with her about intrusive thoughts?
I did.
And did she indicate whether at that point she was having any intrusive thoughts of harming herself or her babies?
She was not.
Did she report to you how she was feeling at home with having now 3 children to take care of?
She was feeling overwhelmed.
And that, again, reiterating that around 12 weeks when Patrick went back to work, that she was having increased anxiety.
Correct.
And did she indicate to you that that was something that she had experienced to some extent with her other 2 children?
At least with her second pregnancy.
And was she able to manage that with her second pregnancy without medication?
As far as what I was told, yes.
And fair to say she indicated that she would use breathing, meditation, and yoga to work through it.
Correct.
And so on this November 21st intake date, you again ask about drug use, right?
Correct.
And at this point, she had told you that she did trial one CBD gummy at some point, but that did not help.
Correct.
And you also learn about any prior psychiatric medication she had been on?
Yes, she had been on the Zoloft, the Ativan. She had been prescribed Buspar, but she didn't indicate whether she had taken that or not.
Okay, and so that was her report of her most recent course of treatment, but did she talk about having anxiety issues
yes.
further back in her history?
Yes, in college she had trialed Prozac, propranolol, and Wellbutrin.
And fair to say she indicated that to you that she did well on those medications in nursing school?
Correct, with the only side effect being sexual side effects.
Did you talk to her at this point in November 21, 2022, about whether she had a plan to go back to work?
I don't know if that was a specific day. I know that we talked about work at a different date.
Okay. If you have your note in front of you, I just draw your attention to maybe the last paragraph of the history of present illness.
Oh, I'm sorry. And you're talking about the day of the intake?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, I thought you said the 22nd. So, yeah, she had planned to go back to work in October, but it got delayed. She pushed it forward to November because she was having anxiety.
Okay. And during the course of this intake, again, you did those same mental status screens for any concerns, right?
Correct.
Did you know any in this face-to-face in-person meeting with her?
No, she was goal-directed, linear. She was a great historian, actively participated in the care plan.
And as far as some of the screenings that you do during these visits, for a person who is in that postpartum period, are there any specific screenings that you do?
Yes, we do the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale. We did the GAD, which is the Generalized Anxiety Depression Scale. We did the Mood Disorders Questionnaire Scale, the Colombian Suicidal Scale, as well as the 5 Ps, which assesses for substance use disorders in pregnancy and postpartum.
And so as far as in each one of those screens, what did you find as it pertained to this particular patient?
She was significantly high in the GAD-7, which is for generalized anxiety. She scored 21 out of 21, which is, they're just screening, so it's not diagnostic, but it did indicate that she was experiencing extreme anxiety. And then with the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, she scored a 23 out of 30. But the one that I look for the most in that scale is number 10, and she was negative, and that's for suicidality.
Okay. And so why is it that you look at that one in particular, or why do you consider that most?
Because that shows significant depression, especially if they have thoughts of harming themselves.
Is it fair to say that that Edinburgh scale it also could fluctuate with a postpartum mom depending on their situation?
Yes.
And the other screens that you performed, did you identify whether there was any substance use issues?
No, there wasn't.
Now, once you were able to kind of gather all this information from her and do these screenings, were you able to come up with an assessment and a plan for how to help her?
Yes,
And what was going to be the plan with Ms. Clancy?
So we had discussed starting Prozac.
Okay. And is that, or why Prozac? Why start there?
Because she'd had a history of being successful on it in the past. And that's a good indicator that instead of trialing multiple medications, to start with the ones that actually work. So I gave her 10 milligrams for the first 4 days to make sure there were no adverse reactions. And then I was going to increase her to 20 milligrams if she tolerated that well.
Okay. And what about some of the medications that she had already, that she was already on, the Ativan and Benadryl and the Trazodone? Did you have a plan for those?
I did. So I encouraged her to take the Ativan. So when Prozac can sometimes be very activating, it can make the anxiety worse before it gets better when you first start it. So I wanted to pair it with the Ativan just in the beginning, just to help her be more comfortable with the anxiety and to make sure that it didn't interfere with her sleep.
And as far as Prozac goes, what class of medication is it?
It's an SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Is it commonly prescribed to treat people with depression?
Yes, it's a first-line treatment.
You said first-line treatment?
Correct.
And the idea of pairing a particular medication like an SSRI with another medication, is that a fairly common practice with psychiatric medications?
Yes.
As far as the you mentioned that sometimes symptoms could get worse before they get better. Is that also common with SSRIs?
Yes, it is.
Does it take a while for a medication to get into a person's system and stabilize them?
Generally, side effects are the first week or two, but to get to a therapeutic level, it's about 4 to 6 weeks.
And was this something that you discussed with her about the timetable it would take to reach a therapeutic level?
Yes.
And when we say therapeutic level, what's the goal of reaching therapeutic level?
Is remission in symptoms.
People start to feel better then, right?
Correct.
Now, even though you were advising that she continue with the Ativan and she had told you that she had concerns about continuing with the benzodiazepine, did you indicate that there would be a plan to taper that or reduce that?
Yes, once the activating symptoms went away, then we would look at reducing that and moving away from the Ativan and moving more towards like a Buspar.
Okay. And as far as talking about that plan and what the risks and benefits of that plan were, did she appear to understand and engage in conversation with you about that?
Yes, she verbally understood and said that she understood the instructions.
Did she ask the appropriate questions or follow up?
Yes, she did.
And as far as kind of overall what the plan was moving forward, was medication the only recommendation that you were making, or did you have other recommendations for her?
No, I set her up with talk therapy with Letitia Dukes as well.
Sorry, when you say talk therapy, what do you mean by that?
So coming in and actually doing cognitive behavioral therapy with a clinician, someone who is trained in this.
And so you mentioned Letitia Dukes.
Correct. She was the clinician in our program at the time.
And when you make this recommendation and this intake visit, do you work with the patient to schedule something before they leave, or is it up to them to schedule the time with the social worker?
It was set up with her before she left, I believe.
Okay. And you're aware that the first scheduled appointment with Letitia was for December 2nd?
Correct. I believe because it was a holiday week that week.
Okay. Now, this time that you were with Ms. Clancy during this initial intake, fair to say it was approximately 60 minutes?
Yeah, she spent 30 minutes with my nurse and 60 minutes with myself.
So she was there for an hour and a half? And is that normal time period that you allot for people coming in for intakes?
Yes.
And as far as follow-up with you as the clinician and prescriber, was there a plan set for when she was going to return?
Yes, we had established to return in 2 weeks.
Now, at this point, because you had made that initial contact with her and you had done this intake, was she going to be assigned to you as a patient?
This was going to be a short-term arrangement. I was already in the process of leaving the program at the time.
Had that been communicated to her?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as what your plan was, how long were you remaining at the practice?
I was at the practice until mid-December.
So this was like a pre-planned...
I was moving back to New Hampshire, yes.
But as far as the preliminary care, did you continue on with Lindsay as a patient?
No, I transferred her care on November 30th. And I communicated with that to Lindsay.
Okay. So as far as after the intake, she was provided with that December 2nd intake or meeting with Letitia Dukes, the social worker. And then the next scheduled event would have been December 7th, right? For a follow-up?
She had I believe, I don't recall what her next follow-up with me was. I don't recall that date, but she did have a follow-up with Rebecca Gelada.
Okay. Prior to you communicating on November 30th that you were transferring her care, did you have further contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yeah, we had a few phone calls and MyChart messages going back and forth.
Can you just explain to the jury what the MyChart messaging system is in your practice?
It's kind of a chat feature between the client. They can reach out directly to the provider. It goes right to our inbox, and we can talk back and forth between visits.
And do you encourage patients when they come in and that first meeting to utilize the MyChart messaging system?
I do. Often it's the quickest way to get a hold of me if they're experiencing any major issues.
And fair to say it's just an easy way in between visits to communicate particular points of information or concerns or symptoms.
Yes.
Do you, in your practice, often use MyChart messages if you're not available to meet with the patient to make changes to their treatment plan?
Occasionally, yes.
Now, prior to your first MyChart message with Lindsay Clancy, did you get a text message from her on your personal phone?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall whether Sue Clancy provided your number to Lindsay?
I know I did. So she had my number because I called her from my personal phone call because it was on a Sunday when I reached out to her initially.
So that November 20th phone conversation was a communication between you and her on your personal phone?
Correct.
And so do you recall on November 22nd getting a message from her saying, "Hi, Julie, this is Lindsay Clancy. I'm sorry to contact you like this, but when you have a minute, can you please call?"
I can't recall whether that was a MyChart message or if that was on my personal phone. I apologize.
That's okay. As a result of some way her contacting you, did you then have or send her a message or have a conversation with her on November 23rd?
I know we communicated on the 22nd. I sent a message saying that was the day she was getting nervous about starting the Prozac, so we encouraged her to go ahead and start the Prozac. I know we communicated on the 23rd, either by phone or by MyChart message, that indicated that she had taken the medication. She had started it on the 22nd.
Okay. And were you aware at this time period that she was currently already a patient in the South Shore Health System Network with a primary care physician named Margaret Anastasia?
Yes.
And she's a nurse practitioner, right?
Correct.
Now, as far as these concerns that she relayed to you about starting the Prozac, do you know whether she did start the Prozac?
Yes, she stated that she started the Prozac on the 22nd of November.
Okay. And by November 25th of 2022, did you start having some MyChart communications with Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
And so just referring first to November 25th of 2022, fair to say that you gave her or sent her a MyChart message encouraging to kind of stick with the plan, right?
Correct. Prior to that, yes.
At that point, had you prescribed her something to help her sleep outside what you had previously provided or outside what she had?
Before November 25th, I did not.
Okay, so on November 25th, did you prescribe her some additional medications?
I did. So she wasn't tolerating the Prozac, so we had a conversation about stopping the Prozac. I gave her, she was really having a hard time sleeping, so I gave her a one-time dose of Ambien. And then I also prescribed mirtazapine, which is another antidepressant, but it works really good for sedation and anxiety. So started that at 7.5 milligrams, told her to stop the Prozac. And I also paired it with Klonopin, but I told her explicitly not to take the Ativan, just to take the Klonopin to help. It's longer acting benzodiazepine to help her with sleep and longer acting anxiety support while we got this new medication up and running.
And so in your conversations with her about her concerns about the Prozac, fair to say she reported to you that she was feeling disconnected, out of it, a little bit spacey. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you said your recommendation at that point was to discontinue the Prozac.
Correct.
And as far as the Prozac went, she hadn't taken it for very long, had she?
She took it for 3 days.
3 days?
Correct.
And again, you had that conversation with her about kind of waiting it out for the 4 to 6 weeks. But based on what she was reporting to you, did you have any concerns about her stopping the Prozac after only 3 days?
when a client doesn't have buy-in to the medication, it's awful. It doesn't work as well. So I was working with Lindsay to try and find a medication that would make her feel more comfortable. She was feeling very uncomfortable, very anxious, and the Prozac, she just wasn't tolerating the activation from the Prozac. So mirtazapine is a little bit more calming, which I thought she would resonate with better.
Okay. And so again, this is not one of those follow-up visits on a telehealth or a face-to-face. So were you relying heavily on what she was reporting to you?
Yes.
And again, in that MyChart message, you did indicate to stop the Prozac, Benadryl, and Ativan, and don't take while taking Klonopin, right?
Correct.
And in your practice as a psychiatric nurse practitioner who prescribes medication, is it common that you have to kind of trial different medications to find the right one to work for any given patient?
Yes, it's pretty common practice in psychiatry.
And fair to say, there's no way to anticipate how a particular patient is going to respond to any particular treatment, medication treatment.
Correct.
So after prescribing the Klonopin, the mirtazapine, and giving her that single dose of Ambien, did you do anything or set anything up to follow up with her after changing those prescriptions?
I just told her to she can MyChart message me over the weekend. It was the holiday weekend. So I made sure she knew I was available to answer her questions.
And fair to say she did, in fact, MyChart, you sent you MyChart messages over the course of that weekend, correct?
She did, yes.
And so starting at 7:51 on November 26th, she reported to you kind of how that night went, didn't she?
Yes.
Where she said, I did better last night. I took 7.5 mirtazapine and 0.5 Klonopin at bedtime, slept fairly well on and off until 3:45. And then she asked, do you think increasing the mirtazapine will help me stay asleep longer? I can survive like this, but would be helpful to get to sleep until at least 5. Thoughts? Thank you, Lindsay.
Yes.
Did you respond to that message?
I did.
And what did you advise her to do when she asked about increasing the mirtazapine and wanting to stay asleep longer?
I said she could trial the 15 milligrams.
And again, is that something that is common for you to do in prescribing, that maybe you have to adjust the dosage?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns that increasing the mirtazapine up to 15 would have had any issues or problems?
No.
And then again, on November 27th, you had a correspondence with her starting at 9:59 a.m., where she again reports to you how she did that night. Is that something you encourage her to do, to just give you a nightly or like a follow-up the next day, check in to let you know how she was or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms?
I do that with a lot of clients that are really anxious. I like to make myself available to them so that they have that reassurance.
Okay. So this wasn't kind of unexpected.
It wasn't out of the ordinary for me.
And so on the 27th, she indicated she slept well, taking the 15 mirtazapine and the 0.5 Klonopin, feel rested but super disconnected with myself and reality, and describes it as a scary feeling, thinking of stopping Klonopin tonight and just taking the mirtazapine. Do you recall that?
I do.
Communication? And she acknowledges that I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be right, okay? Or sorry, I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be okay, right? Do you recall her asking that?
She's referring to the Klonopin, and yes, she did. She was really anxious about being dependent on benzodiazepines. So I think her goal was to not be on them. And if she was going to, the disorientation might have been because of all the sedation from the mirtazapine, which is a common side effect, which is why we chose that, and she knew that. And adding the Klonopin, maybe removing that might have helped with some of the sedative factors for it.
So did you find there to be any issues with stopping the Klonopin or her deciding not to take it after 2 days?
No, I did not.
And in fact, you indicated and told her that should help with the disorientation, right?
Yes, it might.
Okay. And so that was on November 27th. And fair to say that there was another communication via MyChart on November 28th with Lindsay Clancy.
Yes, there was.
And at this point, she was asking for or there was some back and forth about needing a note for work, correct?
Correct.
And is that something that you had talked about with her about getting another note for work?
Yes, that's what I do that often.
And in fact, you kind of went back and forth with her, and ultimately she said never mind, that she didn't qualify for short-term disability anymore, and she's just going to be on personal leave.
Correct.
So on the 28th, there was no back and forth about her taking the medicine and the effects or how she was feeling?
She actually had a panic attack earlier in the day before those communications about work. And I recommended she take 0.5 of Ativan and go for a run. And I also recommended that she consider doing the partial hospitalization program at women and infants.
And what was her response to the recommendation for the partial hospitalization program?
At that time, she felt it wasn't going to work logistically for her or her family.
Okay. And why did you recommend maybe going for a run?
To get rid of some of the adrenaline from the anxiety. And running has been a really good thing for her in the past, and I thought it would help calm her down.
Now on November 29th of 2022, that was the first day that she actually met with Rebecca Gelada, but you had some conversation with her, or she sent you a message, I should say, earlier in the day, correct?
She sent me a message earlier in the day, and at that time I wasn't working that day, and Rebecca had an opening, so I offered the appointment with Rebecca for her. So I didn't actually communicate with her that day.
Okay, but you did receive her message at 6:05 a.m. Where she reported that at that point she took 15 Remeron and CBD and it only worked slightly.
Correct.
So how did you get from what you have told us now was the mirtazapine, or that's Remeron, right?
Correct.
How do we get from just the mirtazapine with not the other, without the Klonopin or without some other?
The Klonopin was an as-needed medication. So I honored her choice to be able to decide whether she wanted to take that or not.
Okay. So after this panic attack, after the communication about the work form, she reports the next morning that she took the 15 of the mirtazapine or Remeron, and then she was having some sleep issues, right?
Correct.
And that she tried breathing meditation and muscle relaxation, but that she ended up having to take the Ativan.
Correct.
Now, had you had any conversation with her in this back and forth and these MyChart messages about whether Ativan was something that she should continue to take?
It was understood that she wouldn't take it until I had that conversation with her. I was under this understanding that she wouldn't be taking it while taking the Klonopin.
But she had told you she wanted to discontinue the Klonopin.
Correct.
And so you said as of November 30th that you had then fully transferred care.
I let her know that I would be leaving the clinic, and I thought it would be best if she saw a clinician that was working 5 days a week.
And Rebecca Gelada, is she a clinician that works at the clinic?
Correct.
And had you worked with her for quite some time?
She had been in the clinic, I think, for 2 years, I believe, at the time.
And you said that you had recommended on the day before, on the 29th, that she set up that meeting with Rebecca because she was available.
Correct.
So it just was kind of happenstance that she ended up with Rebecca, or?
I was in the process of transferring all of my patients between Rebecca and our new hire, and Rebecca was an experienced clinician, so I felt she would be a better match for Lindsay.
Okay. And as far as when you sent or communicated to Ms. Clancy that you were transferring her care, that was via MyChart message, right?
Correct.
And Lindsay then responded to you, or do you recall if she responded to you? I'm sorry.
She did respond to me saying, thank you for the care that I provided. She appreciated it and wished me luck.
Did you have any other contact with Lindsay Clancy after that point?
No, I did not.
And just to be clear, so when we were talking about moving from November 28th to the 29th in time, did you have a phone call with her outside the MyChart messages about that panic attack? Or do you recall having entering a progress note about that?
I do remember entering a progress note about that. And that's when I told her to go for the run I made the recommendation for the PHP.
Did you ever have any further contact with Sue Clancy about Lindsay Clancy's care after that first contact on November 20th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
I have no further questions at this time.
Council, can I see it? Sidebar. All right, ma'am, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, well, members of the jury, just a couple minutes. So we're going to break. The Commonwealth is finished on their direct. We're going to start with the cross-examination of this witness, but we're going to start that tomorrow. All right, so we're going to break till tomorrow. Remember my instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case, or even similar cases in regards to this. Don't read anything. Don't take any field trips. Don't do any research. You kind of know what the instructions are. I'm going to ask you those questions. We'll come in. We might start. I'd ask you to be here ready to go at 9. There may be an issue I have to talk to counsel. It might cause a little bit of a delay, but we'll try and keep that minimized. We'll get you in here tomorrow. Okay, great. Thank you for all your work, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good. So you know what's follow me.
Quorum, this court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Anything else we need to address the court? All right. Thank you. So the plan will be to start tomorrow. Before we bring the jury back in, my plan would be to address the defendant's motion for that additional witness. We could maybe do that first thing, and then after we argue that, go right back into the presentation evidence. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, it looks like the end of day. I think I saw that this was day 10. I know it's the start of week 3. They probably aren't counting the jury selection days. So this is day 10, the end day. We found that Lindsay was on a buttload of medications. I counted 11. I think there's more. But in a 4-month period, they had her on a series of 11, sorry. What am I saying? 11 very strong medications. And it doesn't seem like there's any like titrating or they're telling her to do, and I get when you're trying to find the right medication to begin with, you can go through a lot of medications, but not in 4 months because they tell you to wait 3 months. They give it a 3 months. And so at the most, maybe 1 or 2 meds should have been added on, but over 11. And then they were also talking about possible ketamine treatment and some other treatment that would have put her in the hospital for 82 hours because it would have been IV. That's a lot, you guys. Like I said, my BA is in psych soc. I've been on both sides. I've been a patient and I've been on the side of the doctors and nurses. And I have extreme trauma from medical, just dealing with the medical profession because it's a mess. Our whole world's a mess. And that institution, the medical institution, is no different. So anyway, everything that you've seen today is my opinion, that I've said is my opinion. We urge you to go out there and do your research. Let me see what you guys are saying. I'm going to wrap things up. We'll be back here tomorrow, probably pretty early. I wake up in the morning pretty early and I want to get caught up on this case. This is just my first day covering it. So I'm going to get some panels together. We're going to really dive into all of this because I find it fascinating. Pat's Pajama says, right. Let me see. Wow, she told the doctor that she felt she wanted to harm herself or someone. I mean, why wasn't she? Well, also they said she told the doctor at some points, she said that she was afraid of having suicidal ideations. She feared having those, and they didn't put 2 and 2 together that wasn't a reach out saying without saying, I don't know. I don't know. We got to look at more of the case. I don't want to go too secondhand into all of it, but her husband is extremely sus to me. Less than 3.5 years later, he's remarried. The weekend or just before this happened, he makes this trip to New York. And guess who lives in New York? Guess where he lives now with his new wife? In New York. In New York. There's a change of clothing on the day that happens by Patrick, but nobody bothers to ask Patrick, why have you changed your clothes? And it's on camera. He's changed his clothes. There's a change of clothes. Patrick's DNA is the only one found on the bands. Why? If she's the one, Lindsay's the one that took the lives of the children with the bands, why are we only seeing Patrick? A lot of sus, but everyone's like, I call them PMPs. The pick-me's for the patriarchy are full of, coinkydinks for dear old Patrick. Well, not here, friends, not here, but this is just my opinion. This is just one woman's opinion. We urge you to go out there and do your research. So we're going to wrap it up. We've been live for, how many hours have we been live today? For 5 hours. So we're going to call it a day, but we are going to be covering this. So, yep, the PMPs, the pimps of the world. Ugh. I'm just at my wits end with the world too. Like, that's another reason I kind of took almost 2 months off of YouTube because I can't figure it out. I can't figure out if I'm depressed because I don't think I'm depressed but I don't know if I'm weighing it against what I was like 4 years ago. 4 years ago, extremely depressed. I'm nowhere like that now. So, but I am feeling a certain kind of way now. I don't know if I can label it depression or if it's just the state of the world. I'm a little bit in shock that, our government is full of PDF files and right and left. It's not a right and left thing for me. No, friends, I'm not right or left. I'm solid independent. And I think our world is fogged right now. So I'm just having a really hard time, like, touching grass. And I'm in all of those that are able to touch grass because how are you doing it? What are you doing? What's the secret? But anyway, what's the secret sauce? Okay. Anyway, I'm rambling. So let me know what you think about this case. And it's okay if you think Patrick is just a grieving father. I'll try to come to terms with it because I say all opinions are okay here. But you must know that I feel pretty strongly about Patrick. Dear old Patrick. here. But let me know what you think about all of this. At the very least, I blame Patrick for leaving her alone with the kids when he downright knew what was going on. Because he was even asking about the was it the Seroquel or the Prozac? One of the two. He was in on the conversations on the medications. So anyway, let me know what you think. If nobody's told you this today, and even if they have, I do not care. I'm still going to tell you guys this. I love and appreciate you so much. Be sure to hit that like and that thumbs up button for me on the way out. It's one of the best ways that you can help a little YouTube channel. We also take Cash App, and what else do we got up there? It's Cash App, and I don't know. I think it's I don't know. We take Cash App, and also over on YouTube you can gift. It's not required, not expected, but certainly welcomed. And if nobody's told you this today, and even if they have, I do not care. I'm still going to tell you guys this. I love and appreciate you guys so much, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Miss my cue, but I had you for that day. Here in the blue, I'm falling deep into you.
Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps me go out into the algorithm party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me out.